Welcome, tamers and tamettes, to the Fellow Tamers Invitational, Day 1, Group A. My name is Rarzi. I'm joined on the analyst desk by Neko Blocky and Saber.
Hello,
Guys, how are you feeling today?
Pretty well, and I'm so excited about all the matches incoming today.
Yeah, it's the same. I'm so hyped to see all these good players play today.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Good players. It is. Our first game on stream is going to be Vossie versus Setska. How do we think this one's gonna go? Do you guys have a favorite either way?
Well, I know that both players are very strong, and I've also been able to play against both of them, sometimes in ladder, sometimes in scrimmage. But I have a feeling that probably Vossie can, give us some surprises about this. So my vote goes for Vossie for now.
Okay, Neko, how about you?
Yeah. Because I'm exotic French, I'm for Setska, and for sure I love this kind of player, but I love Vossie team too. I played a lot with his team, and I saw him winning FT a lot of time, going through top cut. So the boss player are strong, but my heart go to Setska.
All right, one for Vossie, one for Setska.
Yep.
I think I gotta play that friendship role a little bit too. I've got to say Vossie. Vossie always does so well in the Fellow Tamers tournaments, and truthfully, I just like the Australians quite a bit. So I guess 2-1 for the votes, hoping for the best. We'll see how it goes throughout the match. Today, your casters are going to be Jab and Causation.
Yep.
If the match is already ready, we'll get on our way. If not, we can probably delay a few more minutes, see what we got to say.
Yeah. People are just, setting up things. Also, I think that people are also gathering, in front of the stream. So it's very nice having everybody here. Everyone is here. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. The rest of the names in this cup, I mean, we've got Shizenix versus Wobbles and Prody versus Shirokky happening on round 1 as well. So we had to pick one of these games. I wish we could watch them all, but that would be a very long tournament. So I guess we've got to just make it work. We will be stopping by every single player today at some point, trying to get their point of view, trying to show off their teams, trying to give a little bit of information for the Group B players who are going to be facing them next weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, let's check it out in game. Let's see if everybody's getting there, if they're almost ready, if they're already in game, and we're just wasting all of our time not watching. Looks like Vossie not in game just yet. Only Tem in the squad. Sushi, the electric quiz. I was hoping maybe there'd be a couple Tems in there. We could get a bit of a sneak peek, see what they wanted to run. It doesn't seem to be what we have today. But let's check out the TMRs. Why not? We've got a little bit more time to make predictions. Vossie's season high is above 2,000. Current is 1,650. Where is Setska sitting?
Let's see. We see Setska is 1785. Season high is 1972. Well, pretty high too. It's
yeah, 1972.
Yeah, it's pretty high TMR, and they're both very strong players. I'm sure we'll see a very nice show for this match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's current higher TMR versus higher season high, but I think 1972, 2011, I mean, those are the same number in the lands of TMR. That is maybe 3 games difference a couple of months ago, maybe more so now with a fewer players on the top of the ladder. Both of these guys are up there, though. Both of them know exactly what's going on. Both of them have had so much success in these tournaments, and now both of them are motivated by one of the largest cash prizes Temtem has ever seen. It's going to be a $1,200 or €1,200 prize pool.
Yeah.
I apologize for my American. The winner taking home €700. That is mind-boggling.
Yep, 750. That's an awesome prize pool. And yeah. I want to thank you again, fellow Tamers, for organizing this. It's an awesome circuit.
Oh yeah, for sure. The timing works out so well for a lot of the Europeans and Americans. It's a little harder for players like Vossie over in Australia. That it's very early Monday mornings usually, so it's even more impressive that they get to play so often. But yeah, the consistency that fellow tamers have shown throughout these circuits, and the players that have had so much consistency making top cut over and over, time and time again, proving their worth to get here today. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the best of the best in the scene as it stands.
Yeah, and we can also talk about if we want to talk about clubs in this particular event. We can notice that like it's half players are PDX and the other half is EXO, and just two players from a different club, which is a Prody for Yep and Turbi for it's Tataru Lovers, right?
Yeah,
Wait.
Twilight.
Twilight Tartarus, yeah, Twilight Tartarus. So yeah, this is a pretty
Tataruvus.
this is pretty interesting. If we want to comment that we have like I would say probably the biggest clubs right now probably into the game, and then we still have some little representation from other clubs. This is pretty interesting because we should see. I mean, we can see something like. Do you think, guys, the two Prody and Turbi can do good and bring their I would say their club banner high with this competition? This can be interesting too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. PDX and EXO are the two top clubs on the leaderboard right now. They've got all of the incredible players after that massive switch from Enigma over to EXO, just adding to their numbers even more. But Turbi and Prody are definitely threats for the rest of these tamers. They're not out of it just because they're not in the club with the big kids. They have a lot to prove.
It's starting.
Yep. They say that they're in game, so...
All right, we're in the pick band, so we're going to head over to the casting desk today. Again, that's going to be Jeb and Causation. Enjoy and good luck.
Good luck.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you, wonderful analyst desk, for that introduction. We got into the game right away. My name is Jeb, and today I will be joined by Causation as my co-host.
Hello there.
And unfortunately, we don't have time for any long introductions or something because we have started already. The bans have been thrown out, and the first two Temtem have been picked already.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we can see Setska's immediately looking to set something up with the Kinu pick here, and Vossie has chosen to answer with the 2-Vine. CPG being an immediate hold 0 crystal move to threaten Kinu out. We've seen a Valash pick from both sides.
And that Valash is as useful as it always is, threatening with that either that Madness buff or the Crystal Spikes turn 1, depending on if you want to set up or just hit hard. And it's such a good late game sweeper, so it's no wonder that both of them picked up their Valash.
Yeah, I can see Setska's playing the long game, because normally if you're setting up a Valash, you're saying, I want to set this up, keep it in the back, bring it in later to sweep. Whereas Vossie's going immediately aggressive. He doesn't have any kind of real setup here. He could go for the Madness buff on the turn 1 because he's not hugely threatened, but he doesn't have anything to defensively set up that Valash alongside it, while Setska's Valash is going to have that +1 defense.
And that makes sense with the teams both of them brought, because Setska did pick up that Grumper just now, but also has that Calibus in the back, for example, and the Yowlar, which just got banned, which both are more of a long game Temtem. They just sit, take some hits, and deal out massive damage, while Vossie looks like he's bringing more of a fast offensive team with the Ukama, the Barnshi, and the Momo.
Yeah, I'm thinking this Volren's likely to be aerobic. My reasoning being that Valash tends to like having the sweatband. So if you can't put sweatband on an anaerobic Volrend, it doesn't feel so good. So I'm expecting this to be doppelganger aerobic from Vossie's side. But
yeah, and that makes sense. It makes his team so much more aggressive and capable of dealing with opponents' Volorants. But we're going into the game right now with that 2-Vine Valash lead versus the Kinu Valash. You talked about it a little bit before, that Kinu is just there to buff out that Valash, going for the long game, while Vossie brings that 2-Vine and the Valash probably more for the aggro right from the get-go.
Yeah, so I'm expecting the Kinu to leave because there's no way it survives. And because you're hitting it on both the physical and the special side, with Valash and 2-Vine, it's not like Strange Vest is going to help.
And it's gonna be such a hard one to switch into as well.
Yeah, looking at it, the best switch in for Setska on that spot is, I would make the case to be Valorant, because it does have that really high special defense as a baseline, but Grumper is so good into Vossie's team that you probably would rather preserve the health on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Grumper does seem like a way to win this game, so making it get chunked by a potential Crystal Plume Gatling and Crystal Spikes would probably be less than ideal, so I agree with that Valorant swap here.
There is another line of play Vossie could take here, which is because he didn't go for it, but because he's got the 2-Vine, what he could have done is not risked a 50-50 on who's faster, with the potential speed tile and the Valash, and instead go for the Crystal Dust to get that extra prio.
And no setup, no nothing, it's just Crystal Plume Gatling, Crystal Spikes, and a Beta Burst and Crystal Spikes. Everyone is going for that offense, and Vossie's Valash is looking a little bit less healthy than Setska's Valash.
Yeah, that's those +1 defense buffs from Protector really coming in there. You can clearly see the difference in the health of the 2 Valash on board, how much of a difference that +1 boost makes. And Setska's Valash is much, much healthier, while Vossie's is in a very dangerous position.
And of course that doesn't always mean anything with the Valash, because of that scavenger trade, it does have a tendency to heal up a lot of health over the course of a match. But neither of these Valashes are set up right now. They went for that Crystal Spikes right away, so getting those Scavenger procs will be a little bit harder than normal.
Yeah, I think Setska won the lead there. There's more health on Setska's Valash, but we also saw, I don't know if you noticed, but Vossie's Valash took a lot of damage from that Kinu Beta Burst. I don't know if it's a high invest in the Kinu or low special defense or HP on Vossie's Valash, but that Beta Burst did quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think, judging from Vossie's team, that might be a little bit of a frail Valash. He doesn't have the Kinu to buff it either, so it might be more of an aggro and Ketsa synergy bot rather than the classic raid boss Valash.
That's entirely a possibility. It could be that he's dropped an amount of bulk and gone for speed, which would make sense. I think his Valash went first of the two.
Yes.
Yeah, so that indicates speed invest.
And as a result of this turn, Setska's Kinu is pretty much full health, barring the 10% that it lost. And now that Kinu is finally getting out, swapping that Valorant in as we expected last turn, there's the Crystal Dust coming from Setska's Valash, and it kills the Valash from Vossie. And there's that Scavenger buff.
That was a very clean turn by Setska. There was the Crystal Dust I was expecting to come from Vossie the previous turn, then switching in the Valorant to get that priority synergy to make sure you outspeed Vossie's presumably faster Valash and finish it off.
That was such a good turn for Setska. Like, it's not just that Valorant only being chunked for 20%, but that Valash getting the Scavenger buff is huge. Because it also has that Kinu, that Protector buff on top of it. That Valash is threatening.
Yeah, that Valash is now very scary. It's not in a position where it's safe to Madness buff here. It's either going to come out because both of Vossie's attempts are on full health, and I don't see a KO coming out. Even with like a doppelganger on Setska's Valorant, I don't think that a double in on Vossie's Valorant would result in a KO to pick up the extra health, and even then it wouldn't offset the damage it would take should it take another double in.
So we're not sure what kind of Volas both are running. We were expecting the aerobic from Vossie, but we're not really sure what Setska brought. Here's the Crystal Spike from the Valash on the swapped in Momo. The Momo takes a good chunk of damage. There's the Feather Gatling coming out from the Valorant onto that Valash as well. And it is indeed that aerobic. Meanwhile, Setska's Valorant goes for the Toxic Plume, dropping attack, getting some toxic hits onto that Momo, and it is indeed the anaerobic as well.
Okay, so I would say, once again, it looks like Setska came out on top there. Lowering Vossie's Valorant attack is quite a big deal, and although Vossie has the Undermine available to him from his Momo now, it's very likely to get outsped by Valash Crystal Spikes, and based on the damage it took previously, it could come very close. Then if we take into consideration there's likely a HKS on the other spot, I don't think that the Undermine is going to actually happen, provided there's a double in on that spot.
Another thing to consider is that this Valorant from Setska, I believe I just saw a Doppelganger Brooch proccing.
Yeah, I've
Because
never
that
really
Valash
seen...
that Valash
like
is holding the sweatband, and after that that plume, the Doppelganger Brooch procced, so this is a Brooch anaerobic Vola.
That is something new to me. Typically people don't run Doppelganger Brooch on their anaerobic Valorant, partly because it's more reliant on stamina because it tends to stick around for longer, but also because if you're in that 1 versus 1 kind of situation where Doppelganger Brooch is being used because you're hitting an opposing Valorant, the speed advantage that the aerobic gets usually means that in a 2-hit or 3-hit KO situation where you're just hitting each other back and forth, the aerobic wins because it gets the last hit off before you can get yours.
Yeah, but that sweatband is also incredibly important on Valash, and Setska's team with the Kinu, the Valash, and a potential Stonewall that Grumper too. That Valash looks like a really good raid boss target, and the sweatband is so good on that.
The sweatband is an excellent choice for Valash. I'd probably say it's its favorite item. Kinu coming in for Setska here, setting up more defensive buffs for Valash, putting it in a very safe position now, while it chooses Crystal Spikes on what was the Momo slot.
There's the Feather Gatling on the Kinu spot, which was the Valorant before, so we can pretty safely assume that that is the Doppelganger Brooch as well. That Kinu takes a big chunk from the Feather Gatling.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage considering Valorant was at -1 and it wasn't a knock spot.
Oh, you're right, it's also -1, so that is a considerable amount of damage onto that Kinu. Also, I think that Vola just lost its item.
Yes, that is a Snare Kinu. I thought the Baton Pass didn't go off when it came in on the leads, and I wasn't entirely sure, but there we are. Confirmed not Baton Pass.
Yeah, the Snare working out really well for Setska, because the Doppelganger Brute is a pretty big item on the Valorant, especially because Setska's Valorant has the special defense buff. Well, that doesn't really matter against Vola itself, but it will be harder to break Setska's Valorant now.
Yeah, Setska definitely came out on top in terms of the Valorant arms race here with the -1 and disabling the potential Doppelganger. That's big. You're pretty much guaranteed to win that face-off at this point.
There's the Noxious Bomb. There's some on the Kinu, and it dies. Setska seeing that Kinu probably did enough this match. It got 2 Protector buffs out, and it snared the item from the Valorant. There's a Water Cannon, and Valorant just eats that.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that Water Cannon was intended for the Kinu. Not sure if the Nox Bomb would take it out.
It might. I think after Feather Gatling, you can pretty safely assume that would take it out with the damage that Feather Gatling did, but
yeah, that's true. Although it could have been a potential switch, because you're unlikely to click Water Cannon on a
possibly expecting the Grumper in any of the slots too.
Yeah, Grumper would have been a reasonably good switch in there, and it also explains the Water Cannon to cover that potential switch. Barnchy is in now, And we do not know what kind of Banshee this is.
And Banshee is so scary because it can be the full glass cannon, the Banshee go brr, but it can also be a little bit of a more thick Banshee. Although I'm pretty sure we see the full offense, the full aggro more often.
Yeah, so Vossie's not taking that risk, and he's bringing his 2-Vine in on that slot because his Valorant is, I believe, -2. Beta Burst comes in onto the Ukama.
Turbo with the 2-Vine, so that is a fast 2-Vine now. That Ukama dies to the Nox from the Valorant. That Valorant getting another anaerobic buff, but that 2-Vine is really, really fast right now.
Yeah, this is good news for Vossie because he is able to go for the CPG on the Banshee. The issue is we don't know whether that Banshee is TV trained to survive a CPG, or whether the 2-Vine has the attack invest to reliably do that.
But Vossie is still in a really dire position here with his Momo being at 37%, and it basically did nothing this game. His Valorant is -1 attack, but it does have 2 aerobic buffs. So Vossie's in a pretty bad spot here. And meanwhile, Setska still has the Valash with 2 protector buffs, the full health Grumper in the back.
Yeah, so I think what Vossie needs to do here is to double in the Banshee slot. The Nox Bomb is going to very likely go before Tornado, which would probably take the Valorant down, and then a CPG to finish the job, just in case it's intended to survive CPGs. And with the +2 speed on both of his Tems on the side of the field right now, that could potentially be enough to outspeed a Tornado. But he goes for the Momo's mission instead.
Yeah, and that might just be a sack. That Tornado will surely take it out, and there it goes. So I think Vossie was expecting a move to go there and saving his Valorant.
Yeah, that in a way that makes sense. He's choosing to preserve the HP on his Valorant, make sure Tornado is off of being up. And he's in a safer position, more able to guarantee he outspeeds now. But he's left with only these 2 Tems, meaning stamina will be a major issue for Vossie now.
So why would Vossie go for the rest there? Because of the board position, maybe? So he has a more favorable board position? That Banshee doesn't really threaten the 2-Vine too much?
I'm thinking more in terms of, as these are his last 2 Tems, he's unable to switch out to recover stamina, so as this goes on and on, he has 4 Tems to take out with these 2. Eventually he's going to start running low on stamina.
That 2-Vine is Sweatband, and it was full stamina, though.
Yeah, that's true, though eventually Valorant's going to run out, but it took so much damage, it's probably not going to live long enough to run out of stamina anyway.
There's the Feather Gatling coming from Vossie's. Oh, and it doesn't kill because of that attack drop. That is painful. That is really painful.
Yep, Valash came in basically for free, picked up the scavenger buff.
I mean, it's more than for free. Like, Valash came in and got paid for it. He got those juicy scavenger heals.
Yep, this is looking like Setska is going to be taking this match, I think. Or at least this game.
Yeah, it's... I don't see a way out for Vossie here. His Valorant, it still has the Hyperkinet, so that will do a major chunk of damage, but it doesn't even do enough to take that Valash out after the Protector buffs. And then it dies to the OX, and Valash just goes back to 40%.
Yeah, I'm willing to say this one is closed. There's the Thunder Strike. And that's looking like a very highly invested Grumper. Some people are going for the more bulky variants and not putting in as much special attack, so that's useful information for next round.
Yeah, and what a fantastic first match. Incredibly well played by Setska, winning that opener handily. And I think this is our cue to throw it back to the analyst desk. if I can get some confirmation on that. I am pretty sure it is, though.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, we can just talk about
in
the
the
game a little
meantime.
bit more, or check out another game potentially.
Yeah, I agree with you that Setska definitely controlled that game more effectively than Vossie did. Like, Vossie was playing from behind all the time, and he was unable to regain a foothold from which he could start to create an advantage.
Okay, and I did get a word that we will be going back to the analysis desk, so good luck, guys, there, and we will be seeing you back in a bit with the next round.
So that was a fantastic game one between Vossie and Setska. Setska, of course, coming out the victor after some pretty dominating play. It was a little close at the beginning and throughout the early stages of middle, but that was a very clear victory towards the end. How do you guys feel about that? Was there anything that stood out to you?
Well, yeah, I was pretty surprised on the War Drum Valash at the beginning from Vossie. You know, we're used to see basically Valash with Madness buff, you know, being a special attacker. So that actually surprised me. And well, basically that Tuvine with the sweatband was pretty, you know, controlling the board at the very beginning. But yeah, like you said, then in the late game, it was just total dominance, I would say, from Setska's side. What do you think, Neko?
Yeah, I don't understand what's happened with the Tuvine rest, but I think Setska has all the good swap, and even the turn 2 when the Valash and Tuvine double Kinu, I guess that's the time he lose the tempo, and Setska just win with his turn.
Yeah. Also, yeah, losing actually that Momo was pretty harsh for Vossie, because that Undermine was active, but basically Vossie was never able to press the fun button on that Momo. That was the main thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it all started. I mean, just like Neko said, the Valash went down early. That put Setska in a fantastic position. Vossie in the corner, and then Momo going down was just the end of it all. That Undermine needed to hit Grumper, or else there was no way to do it. And of course, we saw. I mean, at the end, the Momo swaps in. Momo falls down, and then Zeta, the Volaran, going for the HKS onto Valash, suiciding in the process and healing Valash for more damage than it dealt. It was a very good play.
Yeah. And also, yeah, unfortunately, for Vossie, yeah, that hyperkinetic was not able to, you know, bring Valash down. So yeah, basically that was game. Yeah, it was pretty good game, my opinion. But yeah, GG both of you guys, and congrats to Setska.
Yeah, absolutely. And Neko Blocky, the only one with a point on the board for predictions, showing us up. We're going to have to bring it back for round 2, but we're not quite there yet. It looks like on the bracket, of course, Setska takes down Vossie. Prody defeated Shirokky. And Shizenix versus Wobbles is still in the making, currently slightly towards Wobbles. Take a look in-game if you feel like watching some fantastic content. Otherwise, we may be taking a couple minutes break here. Let round 2 get underway before we come back, make a few more predictions, and then send you on once more to casters to watch more incredible content in the Fellow Tamers Invitational. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you again soon.
See you soon, guys.
Thank you.
I think do they hear us?
I don't think anymore. All right, we are back once more. Analyst desk of Fellow Tamers Invitational. Round 1 has come to a close as Shizenix easily defeats Wobbles in that close 1v1. And now, heading into round 2, we're going to see Shizenix versus Prody on stream. We've only got a minute before we get into the action, so let's take predictions and move on. How do you feel, Neko?
I'm okay. Shizenix defeat Wobbles. So he have, the right mind now. And I guess he can, he already win against Prody. But you don't know, today maybe it's another day. But his team is a little aggressive against Prody, so he can be better.
And also we know that I want to give my vote here for Prody instead, if I can, because I think that Prody is, I would say, one of the best team builder around the archipelago at the moment. And he's a very strong player, very high TMR, and not only that, he just builds a lot of different teams. He knows, he has a very big knowledge of the game. So I think we will see a very, very, very awesome game. The next one is going to happen. So yeah. And also,
absolutely. Yeah. So one vote on each side. I guess this time for the tiebreaker, I gotta break it in favor of Shizenix. I think that we saw the Cernif at the end of last game. That alone is enough to stop any Doom shenanigans on Prody's end. And Shizenix taking down Wobbles in game 1. Wobbles was a finalist yesterday in the weekly, so he is definitely on top of his game. Taking down Wobbles is no small feat. So that's 2 votes for Shizenix, 1 for Prody from the analyst desk.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're 3, so basically it's... So let's see if Prody is winning this time, the only vote, or like, yeah.
It doesn't look like they're in-game just yet. So we may have a little bit more time to talk. I think for Prody, I really don't know what kind of teams he's been running lately. I assume that there's still a little bit of that stall Doom in there just because it's what he's so known for.
Well, yeah, I mean, I used to, do some scrimmage weekly with Prody and also, with other players, but you never know what Prody is thinking with his team, because I've seen a lot of different teams from Prody. So basically I say, yeah, well, I wouldn't say his cup of tea is Doom stall teams, but you never know what he can come to his mind and just think about a new team and just bring it in and say, wait, what is this? And then his opponent basically doesn't know what to do and he just strikes all the game. But yeah, I'm so curious about what he's bringing today.
All right, the answer will be here in just a moment. We are going to move on again to our commentators. Causation, Jeb, take it away.
Okay.
Vossie, thank you, and welcome everyone to the second match of the Invitational between Prody and Shizenix, and I am extremely excited for this one. I am a big fan of the Prody playstyle, even though most people in chat probably will disagree with me.
I also disagree with you. I do not want to see Spriel, Deandry, Cernif ever again.
Well, I gotta give it to one of my clubmates, Tylo, who is a big Spriel fan, so I gotta have to follow him right with that.
Ah, yeah, everyone loves Tylo, creator of Tem Team. Everyone loves him.
But we went into the game and she said banned out Prody's Kinu. Very good idea. Prody likes stall teams. It's
yes. Rule 1 of playing against Prody is ban Kinu.
And Prody banned out Shiza's Cernif, and that is also not a surprise, because Prody doesn't like playing against Cernif, especially with a Doom comp.
Yeah, getting rid of that bush is a big deal when you're playing Doom, because it can just wipe it with double status. And I'd just like to point out, moments before the two of us went live again, did I not just say, I really want to see some Nox again, because I've started to love Nox? Look at what we have.
There, yeah, Prody brought the Nox. Shiza opens up with the Valash, so that is 3 Valashes so far. Prody didn't bring it, but I don't think it would fit his kind of team. Prody did bring the double starter, though, the Naga and Seismunch, and he decides to pick them up.
Yeah, that's a terrifying combo. It's similar to the old Gyalis Valash leads of the Tokma meta, where you heat up the Gyalis while it had it, and Madness buff the Valash, and no matter which one you double, the other one's going to be full health and set up, or you split your damage, and then neither of them's taken enough damage to be at threat of a KO the next turn.
And the chat just reminded me of the fact that Prody did indeed also bring the Tortonite, which is also a starter, of course. So thank you, chat, for reminding me of that. Shisa opens up with the Valash and Guldur.
Yeah, so I see that Guldur pick as a read that the Naga is definitely going to be Deceived Aura, and they're both disincentivizing it and using it because it means they can get that Bamboozle off to protect their Valash before anything else happens. So if there's an uppercut coming, Valash is going to be just fine.
Yeah, Prody decides to ban out Shisa's Kinu. Not a surprise, Kinu is such a good ban every time. Didn't get picked up, so now it's gone. And Prody's Volvi got banned. And man, I hate Volvi. I hate playing against that rat. It can do so much.
Yeah, Volvi is an example of a term that might be a little too good at everything. It just fits on almost every team. It can do aggro, it can do super stall, or it can fit somewhere in the middle. It has a variety of items it can use, from double screen on the really bulky variants to handcuffs on almost every other variant. Team Elusive makes it really hard to catch with chip damage, like with a Hellfire or a Meteor Swarm or a Tsunami or something. It's just terrifying Tem.
So, because of that Guldur pick, I think Prody has a pretty free heat up right here, because that Valash doesn't really do anything to the Seismunch, and Guldur isn't gonna do a lot of damage to it either, so...
Yeah, I can see that. I think a heat up's definitely coming in. I wonder if that pig is Stonewall, because that seems appropriate for this kind of team. Oh, the Nox got picked, yes!
Oh, there is that Nox, and while Nox did get bug fixed, so the trance doesn't proc every single time it gets knocked down at 30% health, it is still a really, really solid trade, right? Because you get that basically free madness buff.
Yeah, so I've been trying to reposition Nox away from a raid boss and more into a setup sweeper. So you use your own madness buff, and then you use trance to give you another one. So you have that +4/+4, and rather than trying to keep it on the field for as long as you can, you click acid reflux and wipe the field on your opponent's side instead. And it looks like this is the kind of thing Prody's playing, because he's got a heat up, a potential madness buff on Naga, potential Stonewall and Bamboozles on Pig. Is he playing madness buff on Nox? Because it would make sense if he is, and it's like a full Stonewall raid boss team. Because don't forget, the Tort he just picked can also Stonewall.
And don't forget about the most important Stonewaller, the Seismunch. And Stonewall does proc that Earthbound trait, and I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm pretty sure Prody is running Earthbound.
Yeah. This is looking like a kind of Deceit or a raid boss with Stonewall team. Everything he's picked has some way to either buff itself or buff others. And that's what, looking at his team, I think the overall composition is.
And we're starting off right away. Not a lot of thinking here. Not a lot of thinking time needed. We just go for the Bamboozle right away with that Guldur. The madness buff coming from the Valash and the heat up from the Seismunch. And the Naga did go for an attack that got blocked by the Bamboozle.
Yeah, I think that was actually a good read from Prody. I think he knew the Bamboozle was coming down, and he'd rather not deal with the setup Valash that's also got a Bamboozle. So he gave up the potential madness buff on the Nagais so that he could break that Bamboozle, because at least now he has the opportunity to deal damage to the Valash.
Yeah, and that's not even bad for Prody, because that Seismunch is full HP with a heat up. That is a very scary Seismunch.
Yeah, it is a very scary Seismunch. His only main issue here is that Seismunch is quite quick. Rec typically has priority, and even if you switched into a melee type here, the Deceit Aura would stick around until the rest of the turn. Which would mean that Rec would go last in that scenario.
And that is true, of course, and that matters in the cases that Seismunch gets threatened by other Temtem. But right now it has a pretty free field.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Avalanche to switch into something. Let's see what's in the back for Shizenix. So, I doubt Grumper would be coming in on that spot.
Oh, Grumper hates Seismunch with a passion.
So it would be either a Naga or a Koi switch. Neither of which really wants to switch in. Because if they...
Not to say, nothing wants to take a big hit from that Seismunch after the heat up.
Yeah, not just that, like, if Naga comes in, then they cancel out the Deceit Aura, so then we're back to regular speed. Or Prody can switch his.
So there is the Tort, the last of the 3 starters being swapped in, Prody keeping that Seismunch in, of course, for that big hit. Shizek does go for the Naga, as you said. And there's a Stonewall onto the Tort. So that is +2, +1 on the Tort, and the +1 defense on the Seismunch because of the Earthbound.
Yeah, this is definitely I spread defensive buffs around and then beat you up kind of comp that Prody's playing. I like this team, actually. This is quite creative. I've never seen all 3 starters used together in this way, and I'd like to go over one thing we missed from the previous turn. Prody's Naga is Sweatband.
Yes, I did notice that, actually. So that Naga is there to just click moves, right? Do a lot of damage. Or do something, at least. Prody got out of here so well, like out of those 2 turns. With a free heat up, a free Stonewall. That Tort is basically set up and ready to go for the rest of the game.
I'm willing. That was a nice switch from Prody. So he put Nox in on the Tink slot, and I'm willing to bet, yep, Stonewall. On itself, not on Nox. That's interesting.
Oh, but Shizek Naga goes also for the setup. There is the Madness buff, and that is a +2 special attack, +2 special defense Naga now.
What is this game? I've just noticed that looking at Shizenix's Naga, you can see they're on 70.2% HP, which means they've actually spec'd their HP to get the optimum amount of health loss from a Madness buff. So there's they get an extra 1 point of HP for free, essentially.
Yeah, it's always nice to have this level of speccing into TVs, right? Because that 1 hit point might matter.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's no reason not to do it, really. Naga's a very squishy tem, so it's taking large amounts of damage anyway, so you can afford to squeeze out that 1 extra HP. It probably won't matter, but it might. And it's not going to cost you anything else in other stats.
But that Naga being buffed up is nice and all, but that Tortonite is +4 defense, +2 special defense. And it might almost be ready to Tortonite's Garden.
Yeah, this is looking like Prody's win condition. I think what he's realized is there's nothing on the side of Shizenix that can really threaten it that much. It hardballs both Tems on their side of the field at the moment. Just by typing
Yeah. Oh, there's the Garden, and it got caught by a Bamboozle. And like you said earlier, that Nox is likely going for the Madness buff, going for more of a setup sweeper kind of Temtem. It gets knocked down to 35%, which is a little bit unfortunate, right? That is not the amount of percentage you want to see on your Nox.
Yeah, most people don't run Madness buff on Nox, but I really like Madness buff on it because it allows you to use Noxolotl without relying on Trance. It's just above the Trance threshold, so I'm not sure if it is Trance or Toxic Skin. But the timing of that Madness buff was great because it allowed it to take that beta burst on +2 special defense rather than with no buffs at all.
So I do agree with you that I really like Madness buff on it because it gives the player or the user a little bit more agency as to when it gets into that trance range, right? Just click the Madness buff, you get there earlier, and you just throw out that really strong acid reflux like a turn earlier, basically.
Yeah, what I like about it is if you've ever seen a Nox use acid reflux without any buffs, it feels very underwhelming because it's only base 80 power and it has those 2 extra poison ticks, but it doesn't do that much damage by itself. Allowing yourself to use Madness buff on your Nox gives it the opportunity to be able to do things if your opponent successfully plays around trance. Whereas if you rely on it, and then you don't get that trance, your Nox feels very underwhelming.
Yeah, I'm still so scared for Shize here. That Tord is a beast, and the one thing that probably could have done a lot of damage to it, the Koish with a Katsu, might not even do that much damage now with the +4.
Yeah, that's totally correct. To me, what it looks like is Prody has recognized that his win condition is Tort Knight's Garden, which did get blocked. We did not miss that. And then he's going to mostly win via Doom and defensive buffs, because we do need to remember that Tort Knight's Garden does heal Tort Knight, so there's defensive buffs really do go a long way.
It's gonna be 10%, I believe, because there's no synergy targets on Prody's team, so it will be a non-synergy towards Garden.
Yeah, that's correct.
Which is indeed a 10% max HP heal, and then it is the 4-turn Doom. So that is a lengthy Doom, but it's still a one or a one-hit kill, right? It just takes 4 turns.
This means you've got to play a bit more safely, so that you don't accidentally throw away your Thames or throw away more health than you need to before that Doom finally lands that KO.
And there's that trance, and it won't die because of the trance buff. It lives on 0.4% HP. There's a Stonewall coming out on the Nox, and that Nox is very, very highly buffed right now. There is that acid reflux, and Naga taking a good chunk of damage. That Golder completely immune because of that strong liver. But that Naga is dead now to the lost poison tick. So that is a big threat just out of the way for Prody.
Yep. This is exactly why I love Trance on Nox level. You're able to get those 3 turns of regen, take it out, and bring it back in 30% HP higher. I even use Baton Pass because it gives you 40%.
But what a ridiculous turn for Prody, living on the 0.4% health and then being woken up by that Psy Surge, and only to click that Acid Reflux and basically, well, killing off that Naga.
Yep, that's a big turn for Prody. I've unfortunately had a spectator bug on my side, so I need to get back into the game, and I'll be with you momentarily.
Well, both of the players are still thinking about their turns here. It is, of course, a pretty difficult turn. The Naga going down next time. That Tord, I think, has Tord's Garden up again. So we will likely see a Tord's Garden come out on the Gulder, maybe even.
Gulder's a really good target for it because it takes about the same number of turns to take it out anyway.
The Gulder is such a big problem, though, because of that Bamboozle. Especially with the Naga on the field. But once that Naga is gone, the Bamboozle will be less of a threat for the Tord's Garden.
Yeah, because of that, it's going slower.
Shize does swap out that Gulder into the Fire Koish, and Prody swaps out his Noxolotl, giving him those free regen turns. There comes the pig, and is that a chamomile pig?
That's interesting. I like that because you can avoid a Rushiol so they don't take you down without you getting fainted curse value. It forces your opponent to deal direct damage to deal with pig. I like that. It's a good idea.
Yeah, especially because not a lot of Prody's Temtem are, well, want that per se, like a Grumper or like a Yowlar. So I do like that thing as well. On top of that, a lot of targets from Prody seem to be buff targets. so you don't necessarily want to run that chamomile on those Temtem. And the pig is there just to click buffs, right? Click the Stonewall, click the Bamboozle.
Yeah, essentially that's what it's there for. That's kind of Pig's new role now. It's lost Hypno. It's like a wind type Kinu almost.
Yeah, somewhat, right? It still has access to Relax, so it might carry the Relax, as somebody pointed out in chat, because it will protect itself from the Relax. But Prody swaps it out back into that buffed up Size Munch, that juiced up Size Munch. There's the Thunderstrike coming out from the Grumper onto the Pig slot. That Size Munch just eats it, 17%.
Yeah, that's a clean swap.
That Water Cannon, though, deals a lot of damage. Size Munch going out at 44%. There's a Stonewall onto the Size Munch. And Prody just builds a wall. And I think that is Stonewall number 2, 3. Is that Stonewall number 3 or 4? I think it's 4 even.
I missed a couple turns as I had to exit the game and come back in because my spectator got stuck. But we've seen Size Munch use 1 because it also got the Earthbound on it.
Yeah, and then Tort used it on itself right after.
Yeah, that's 2. We've seen 1 use just now, so that's 3.
And then 1 on Nox. So
because Nox has +2, yeah. So that's...
Yeah, that is a lot of Stonewalls. And that Size Munch went down to 44% first, so that Stonewall's a little bit less value than it would have if that Size Munch would be full HP, but I mean, that's still a half-health Size Munch with a Stonewall up. There's a Mud Shower onto that Size Munch, deals a decent amount. Will this Water Cannon kill?
I think it might.
0.4% again. That is the second time Oh, and there's that wreck. Oh my god, that is so bad. That
is a lot of damage. The +1 not really mattering here. I presume that Size Munch is actually 1 HP. And a Torch Garden likely going on one of those spots to predict a switch, because there it looks kind of low value.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You just kill whatever's left, and that is so unfortunate for Shize. That Size Munch living on 0.4%. That's the second Temtem that lived on basically 1 HP.
Crucially, we've seen that the Fire Coish here is faster than the Size Munch, because Wreck doesn't get the priority without the synergy, which it didn't have here.
Yeah, but even then, you still need to click that Water Cannon on for 1 HP onto the Size Munch, and that feels so bad. But you can't just leave it alone, because if you do that, it will just start hitting your Temtem again with the +2 attack.
Yeah, you lose Valash if you do that. Although what you could do in Shizenix's position is you could go for, because the Tortnite has overexerted, you could go for a Ketza on the Tortnite slot, or and then go for a Crystal Dust on the Size Munch slot, and that's going to be more stamina efficient. Another option, this Koish could have Rainbow Guard.
Yeah, Rainbow Guard would be really good against that Doom, but Koish is also only at 23% health, so I don't see it survive very long. Oh, there's the Crystal Dust, but it goes out onto the Tordenite. There's the Ketza onto the Size Munch for the Prio, taking down the Size Munch, which was Snare, by the way. I saw.
Yes, I saw that earlier. It was a Snare Size Munch.
And Torch just rests up, getting some stamina back. That Torch just enjoys sitting there, just eating his lunch, and waits to click on the Tordenite's Garden again.
I can honestly see Tort potentially resting again here. It's kind of low on stamina, and it's definitely got the buffs that would allow it to take another Ketza from that Koish. It is before.
You know what? I think that Pig having camo is also really interesting because setup Tort is 9 out of 10 times confined, right? This kind of Tort. So this Pig would be immune to the cage from Tort.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I never
That is a
considered that.
really good synergy because Tort likes to trap people that can't damage it, and Pig can just go in, give a quick Stonewall, and then go out again. And Tort doesn't trap it.
Yeah, that's a real good point.
In the meantime, Shiza goes for that madness buff, which seems like a... Oh, there's the relax from the Pig. Oh no, and the Tord Knight's wearing energy drink. This is so painful.
Someone's been paying attention to Luke Leal's games.
So yeah, that is why that camo is on the Pig. It is for the relax. I do think the cage is a really neat synergy added to it. But that relax is painful.
That's a nice combo. I like that. Relax Pig with camo makes sense because again, you force people trying to use status to take out your Pig, which is the main way people deal with Fainted Curse, to attack it, but then you've also got the relax, you've got cage synergies. I like this Pig. This is an interesting Pig build. I've never quite seen one to this degree.
Yeah, and it's such a good slot in on Prody's team as well. And there's another Stonewall onto that Tord, and he's just flexing now. That is 5 defense, 3 special defense. That Valash is a problem still. It has 2 madness buffs up and 80%. But Scavenger doesn't really out-heal the Doom.
You can't out-heal Skulls. I think Garden's up this turn?
Yeah, it should be. Because
And-
the board has been sitting here for like several turns, doing nothing, just sitting, enjoying his rest. And what else did he click? Oh, Stonewall, of course.
Yeah, so I think you could quite comfortably click Garden on either slot here and be perfectly safe to do so. I do it on Gulder because Valash does have that 1 extra status on it right now.
That is kind of irrelevant, right? Because the only thing that can happen is Gulder clicks on Bamboozle. That is the only other status that Shiza's side can apply, I think. But there it is. There's that Tort's Garden going out onto the Gulder, like you said. And that Gulder is just dead in 4 turns. Tort just sits there, takes a little bit of OX, but that doesn't really matter, right? It's irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, it's safe to say Prody's wrapped this up very well. And he barely even attacked. Most of this was done through Doom, self-damage through Madness buff, stuff like that.
You say that, but Prody has done like a combined 180% damage with that Seismon Shrek.
That's true. You've got me there.
But yeah, the Prody swaps out the Tor, just keeping it in for later. Swaps in the buffed up Nox. Crystal Dusk will do a big chunk to that Pig, but it doesn't even take it out. There's the relax again, and that is so painful.
Did we ever see the item on the Nox?
We actually haven't, and I think it got snared by the Gulder.
Okay, because it doesn't look like it's which I think you move away from on Nox these days.
With relax, it still might be pillow.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Typically, now that trance only goes off once, reliably you're only getting 1 pillow proc, which is the same as 1 baton pass proc. So you might as well run baton pass, right? Because it's easier to meet the switch condition than it is to meet the sleep condition for the same heal.
Prody, relax. It's just it's a Stonewall for a single special defense buff.
This is standard Prody play now. He's locked it up, but if his opponent's not going to concede, he's just going to keep buffing himself up.
Gulder can bamboozle himself to push off the Doom now because of the alerted status.
That is true. That is... Did Prody leave his opponent in an avenue out of this? There's no way he doesn't self-bamboozle, right?
Oh no, that's gonna happen. The pig is gonna die to the crystal dust. Fainted curse is going down, but it will get healed back up by scavenger, and there's the self bamboozle, and there goes the doom. Prody, you had one job, you just doomed the opponent.
So Nox comes back in again. Have we seen the trait on this Gulder? I don't think we have.
It is, we have. It is strong liver. It healed up a little bit from the acid reflux. Like, it either healed up a little bit or did no damage, but it's definitely acid reflux, or strong liver, otherwise it wouldn't be full health right now.
Okay, because that was the turn I had to relog and get back in. Okay, so then that would explain why Prody doesn't seem to want to click acid reflux, but it's full anyway, why does it matter?
I mean, that is also the reason why that Nox doesn't have an item anymore, because the Gulder snared it off.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Nox takes that like a champ because of the buffs from the madness buff, the trance. There's the narco, and I think with narco relax, you can be pretty safe. It's pillow, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's enough stuff to put Nox to sleep on this team that you're going to get significant value out of pillow. Such that, yeah, it's probably a good choice. And that would allow you to put the baton pass on the Kinu that we saw banned in pick ban.
So there goes the Noxolotl. It does go down. Valish gets another scavenger buff. Man, this is so feels bad because now that is a Naga versus a Golder. So now that Golder can just bamboozle every Tortnight's Garden.
Yeah. Wait, couldn't... Yeah. Shizenix can pull this back now, right? Because of the relaxed play from a few turns ago, that actually gave Shizenix a way back in. Like, that wasn't just a small mistake. That was actually
that was massive.
Game-changing.
It was massive because now that Golder just bamboozles the Valash. There's the Beta Burst. Crystal spikes onto the Naga. There's no way this lives, right? Yeah, that just explodes. Valash does OX, so it can't do anything, and Tord is faster again because the Naga died.
Yeah. So you could Garden, but I think it's down?
It might be up again. It's been a while since it might... Oh,
Okay,
it's maybe one more turn. No, there it is. There's the Tord's Garden onto the Valash, maybe? You kind of have to do it on the Valash, right?
He's gone for the Gulder. I would have gone for the Valash because the Gulder's not doing any damage to Tortnite anyway.
Yeah, you need to live for 4 turns against that Valash before it dies. And it also has to juggle between not getting OX and doing damage. So doing it on the Valash seems like the safer play. Because then you can just ignore it. The Valash can't push it off himself.
Yeah, I agree with that line of thought.
I mean, the Golder can't push it off either, but the Golder isn't threatening the Tord, and Tord is taking some damage from that crystal dust.
In the 8 or so turns this would take for the game to end, which we have enough turns left over for, enough spikes could theoretically deal with Tort here.
Okay, so Tort does heal 10% back up from the next Tort's Garden, but if that gets bamboozled, it's over.
There's no way it's getting bamboozled, right? Unless it's a preemptive one?
Yeah, I mean like preemptive, but that crystal dust is doing a good chunk of damage for a Tort that's been buffed up that much.
Yeah, that's doing a fair chunk. Like, if that Valash double rests, it can go for a spikes, and that's probably going to do in the region of around 20-25%.
This got really close. After that relax, it got way too close. I think Prody still has this. That Tord is chunky enough and healthy enough, especially with an extra 10%, to survive the Valash, but it's gonna be a real close one. There it is. The Tord's Garden on the Valash heals back up for 10%. Okay, and Guldar's gonna go out by just doing some damage with Harmful Lick, which was around 6% damage. So now Tord has to survive with 60%, and I think he can do that.
Yeah, I think that's possible. The main issue here being that you don't have enough stamina on that Valash to spikes enough times to KO that Taunt Knight before Doom goes down.
So that Valash got snared by the Size Munch. What got snared off? Was it a Sweatband?
Most likely a Sweatband.
Because that would be huge. Like, if that was a Sweatband, that was really big.
Yeah, that could be the deciding factor in this game, minus the mistaken relax play by Prody early on. Now, can a Spikes do enough damage to KO Tort here? I don't think it will.
Now we're gonna see it right here, and it does do 23%, but it's not enough, and there it goes. Prody takes that game.
Just barely squeaks it out with 7% health. I like Prody's team makeup. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Prody's team. It is really cool. It is very synergistic. It is a machine that just works together extremely well with that pig, with that, with the Dooms, with all of the Stonewalls. In the future, maybe not click that cage when you Doom the Bamboozle, or the Bamboozle user, or the Relax. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's something he probably learned from in this match, and I doubt he's going to do that again.
But with that, I think we're gonna give it over to the analysis desk to have a little bit of a more closer look to this game, and to introduce the next game. So we'll see you in a short bit.
Back.
Wow, is about all we can say after what we just saw. Prody comes out victorious versus Shizenix in what may just be the closest series of the year.
Yeah,
It's January, it's our February now, but it's still, that was incredible.
that was
Yes, totally.
yeah, that was extremely close, because when we analyze, if we analyze a little bit the draft, it's like Prody's team was so good into Shizenix, right? He didn't have a lot of things to worry about. But then, yes, Shizenix played so well, and yeah, that relax on the, and then the Bamboozle to remove the Doom status on the Gulder was basically a very good turn for Shizenix, I would say that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a couple of fantastic decisions from Shizenix that was able to make that entire thing possible. I think the first of which was round 7. There was a missed opportunity prior to bring Koishin, but the double swap into Koishin Grumper as soon as Noxalotl had to leave, that really put pressure on Prody. It meant that Shizenix had control for a couple of turns, was able to get a little bit of momentum going, and he really got momentum going. He got the ball rolling straight down the hill into Prody. But that Tortonite, man, Tortonite +5/+5 is of course enough to stop the Boulder. He just holds his hand out. He says, no, Boulder, you can't do this. You can't run me over. My Doom will be victorious. And it was indeed. I mean, Prody was absolutely insane that game.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if we want to talk about a little bit, items, we saw actually Grumper losing, being stolen by the, the Chamomile, by the snare of the Sage Munch, and Grumper just went down so quickly with the wreck, if I don't recall it wrong. But yeah, then basically Gulder and Valash were both trying to, carry the game. Also with a double madness buff from Valash, but yeah, that wasn't enough, because like you said, Rosie, that Tortona was so bulked with the it was something like 3 stone walls or something, probably 4, no, probably 3. Yeah, it was 3 stone walls, but yeah, a lot of buffs on that Tort.
Yeah, it was. I think there were 4 Stonewalls in the end, along with the confined proc on cage to make it a 5/5.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong Tort, and he played it very well. As it was mentioned towards the end of that game, the Doom had to kill Gulder, or else Doom on Valash, he's just going to bamboozle Toxic Ink. He can always knock it off in the future. So he was able to survive long enough from that Valash onslaught, just barely down into the red. But Prody victorious, moving on. Now we've got just a couple of minutes before we move into round 3. How long has it been? So next up, it is going to be Setska versus Shizenix. Both players from EXO. Both incredible players from EXO.
Yeah. So EXO family battle, right?
Yeah.
So do you want to vote? Like, what do you think, guys? Who's going to get this? Let's go.
I really like Setska. I know just last time I bet on Shizenix and I was talking about how good he is beating Wobbles. I think Setska might just be just a little bit higher up on that mountain, just closer to the peak. He's within reaching, grasping distance of one of the best spots in the game. I think Setska's really, really on top of it.
Okay.
I'm okay with this. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I don't remember, but I think Setska always win against Shizenix in tournament. And I don't know, with this game, you lose against Prody and you can come back. It was so close at one moment. Maybe Shizenix is not in the good mood. So I don't know. I will say Setska will win this. But...
Okay, I will go then. To balance things back, I would give my vote for Shizenix instead, okay? Because I felt like he played very well, even if this matchup was not favored for his position, for his team. He played very well. He tried to do his best to try to win against that stall Doom Prody's team, and so definitely my vote is going for Shizenix this time.
All right, the votes are in. The match is about to get started. So we will head back over to the casting booth, as long as Jeb has returned, to get going with round 3, Setska versus Shizenix.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck.
And thank you, Analyst Desk. We're back for the next matchup between Shize and Setska.
Yep, this is shaping up to be a good one based on what we saw in the previous 2 rounds.
And they've just started. They're going into the bans now. Setska gets the first ban and is hovering over Shize's Velash.
I am loading up Tater real quick, and it's Calaba's ban. That implies Shizenix is looking to lead Naga Gulder, I would say. Otherwise, why would you first ban a Calabas? Probably ferrying the grill, right?
Yeah, that does make sense. Setska does end up banning that Valash on Shiza's side. I mean, it's not a surprise, right? Kinu Valash is a really, really strong, or it's a really strong opener. It's really hard to deal with. Setska has his own Kinu Valash, potentially. On Shiza's side, he has the Naga Gulder. He also has the Cernif plus Fire Koish, which is really scary.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a very quick pick from Setska, immediate Valorant. I think knowing that if they don't first pick it here, it's getting banned in the second round of bans.
Yeah, that Valorant is a really big threat for Shiza's team, as most Temtem are actually weak to it, aside from like the bottom 3, and one of them got banned. So that Valorant is incredibly good against Shiza's team. And this was this. We saw Setska in the first round, correct? Because that would mean that this is the Doppel anaerobic Vola.
Yeah, which made me think there was going to be a Kinu pick instead of a Volvi pick. Because I think if you set up this Valorant with some physical and special defense buffs, then it can wipe out pretty much everything on the other side.
Oh, but that Cernif plus Koish opener looks so strong. It is terrifying. Volvi doesn't want to take a Water Cutting Lily plus a Ketsa, right?
Yeah, Volvi's generally defensively much weaker on the physical side, though recently we have seen those Lifeful Slap heavy physical defense builds that are kind of like Bush synergy bots almost, that just sit there, heal up with Lifeful Slap, and then throw out like plague after plague after plague.
Okay, so I actually really like the Valorant pickup, like the first pick. Setska needs the Vola in this matchup, but also it deals relatively well with both Cernif and Koish. So that seems like a very good pickup. Currently going to the second bans and hovering over the Naga.
Yep, makes sense. Just ban one half of the Naga Guldur combo and you never have to deal with it.
Yeah, and on top of that, Setska's a pretty aggressive team. He does have the Grumper to deal with it. Yeah, and he doesn't ban it, actually. He bans the Grumper.
I can see that.
Oh, yeah, now that I look at it, Setska's team has trouble with Grumper.
Yeah, that's true. I'm expecting the Kinu on Setska's side to be banned so that they're unable to set up that Valorant, which is already a big problem for Shizenix's team. But no, the Grumper ban instead.
Yeah, I'm a big Grumper fan. Double Grumper ban makes sense. It is a monster. Setska does pick up the Valash Kinu, so he has one of those combos. Shisa goes for the Guldur without the Naga this time, and is deciding between the Kinu and the Yaular.
Yeah, Grumper bans I've seen definitely increased lately. I think it's because Electric is such a good offensive typing.
Yeah, Grumper
why we
also
saw
has
the
like a
mirror
lot of
dance
other
there.
things going for it, right? But Shisa goes for the Yaular. Has that Naga Yaular. It has the Naga Guldur. I misspoke just now because that Naga didn't get banned, of course. But has the Naga Guldur, has the Naga Yaular, and has that terrifying Cernif Koish opener. On top of having the Katsa synergy with the Yaular, Setska picks up the Barnshi. Really, really fast offensive Wind Mental type.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense here. I think you need something that can heavily threaten the Yalar, because if you've got nothing for it, you're going to be in a bad spot.
And with both teams running more on the bulky offense side, they pick pretty offensive teams here.
Yeah, they've both picked quite offensive leads. I expect Wolfie to leave here unless it's the super defensive variant, in which case probably a Lifeful Sap or a Plague if it's handcuffs.
But what do you swap it out into? Valash, Kinu, Barnshi, nothing wants to take a Synergy Master Water Cutting Lily. Oh, she just swaps out the Cernif, so we don't get to see that combo. Instead, we get the Ketsa. And I am... Oh, that does 75%. That's the Wardrum Koish. Plague onto the Koish, 50%.
Yep, this is the more offensive handcuffs Wolfie variant. And I think they're looking to just deal with that Koish immediately. No! Nox Bomb and the Yalar spot.
So, what I wanted to say is I like that Koish opener, like Koish Cernif, so much, because you have so much options. Like, you can just go for that Water Cutting Lily plus Ketsa, do massive damage, but you also can swap into the Yaular and suddenly have the Ketsa damage online.
Yeah, that's a very scary lead. It's actually my first time seeing it properly.
It is so flexible with on Shiza's team. It is such a flexible opener, and it's really hard to deal with up front because of that Wardrums from the Koish. So that Cernif just does massive damage. But he swapped out the Cernif into the Yaular, and now the Yaular is just sitting there, only lost 20% of his health, and has the Oshi, the Savage Suplex, like all the strong moves up.
Setska definitely regretting splitting the damage there. I think if that Nox Bomb went on the Koish slot, this Wolfie would be in a much safer position. But now it's forced to switch, or just accept that it's not living another turn.
Yeah, and that Ketsa went first. We already saw that. So that Ketsa will kill the full V if it stays in. That Yaular is basically free here. It can just click a really strong move and just go.
Yeah, it can either go for the suplex on what I would assume to be the Valorant slot, or it's probably going to click show off, because this is a relatively safe position too. Since Yowler's natural bulk is so incredibly high, we saw it did just shy of 20% from that Nox Bomb. A Feathergat's going to do the same amount of damage, could you show up for 20% health? Yeah, easily.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is that the plume from Valorant is really good against the Yowlar normally, to get like the minus attack, especially because it's not chamomile. So that would be a really good move to click, but you don't want to swap that into a Ketsa. Nor do you want to swap that into an Oshi.
No, you don't.
Instead, it's the plume without the synergy, so you don't get that that attack drop. And this Yowlar's +1 now.
This Yowlar is an immediate threat. The Valorant has the +1 boost, but it was at the cost of a lot of health. It's lost just under 40%. So unless Kinu revitalizes this Valorant, which it's unlikely to be able to quickly enough, then this Valorant's taken a large enough chunk that Yowlar can bust through it.
And this Kinu doesn't want to stay in against a Ketsa either. And we already know that this Kinu is indeed the snare Kinu, so it can't be the cheesy, strange, fast one that tanks the Ketsas. We know that it is a snare Kinu. On top of it not wanting to take the Ketsa, Koi's triggering the snare would actually be ideal for Shizenix because it almost dies.
Yeah, it's so close to going down anyway that the snare going on that slot is definitely a benefit. Instead, we're seeing a double switch, likely giving up the Vossie and accepting it's not going to be doing much of anything else.
Oh, and the Barn, she doesn't want to take the Ketsa. Going down to 40%, there's the Savage Suplex onto the Vossie and it dies. It only had 25% left, so that Savage was an overkill, but it does die.
Now, Shizenix is in an interesting position. The Koish has been left alive, which means it could actually switch out, get its stamina back up, and then come in later, using Yowlar to raise its speed again and get more Ketsas off. So there could be more value for this Koish.
Yeah, like it living has a lot of value, but it loses out on tempo a little bit because he'll have to swap out that Koish, and Setska does get the initiative with the switch here. Yowlar also doesn't really want to take the beta burst from Barnshi, so while it is more value from Shizenix, he does have to give up a little bit of tempo by either resting or swapping it out.
Fancy buffs. I'm not sure how this Barnshi is going to be taking damage because it's just a build Strange Rest, and that usually means a very specific TV spread.
You're right.
Yeah, we saw the Ketsu did the 59.4% here, which means it'll just barely pick up at the +1 it's got now. I'm not entirely sure. It depends how fast the Barnshi is, because a Tornado could outspeed if it's a very speedy owl.
Koish OX'd. It can't Ketsa.
That is a fair point. So it does choose to switch out, going for that later value. I wonder if it's a double switch here. That's entirely possible.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is the double switch. Saving the potential combos of Yowlar plus Koish, or even Suranif plus Koish, because now Shiza has that Koish in the back, being able to swap it in for a quick buff on the Suranif, basically.
And Setska reading the double swap there and going for the revitalize on the buffed up Barnshi, now able to take another Ketsa later on.
Yeah, it will just barely be able to take a Ketsa here. That Kinu was still has the snare up as well, I believe. Yeah, it still has the it should still have the snare up. It took two protector
79.8, which means it's 2 protector costs, I'll call it, and nothing else.
Yeah. So this Kinu still has the snare, which is really good for it. Like, that snare will have some value.
If you could switch that Kinu in on a slot the Suranif is attacking, that will be huge.
There's the Water Cunning Lily, likely going into the Valorant, and that doesn't do that much because of the resistance, of course. The Kinu goes for the Hypno onto the Gulder.
I like this play from Setska.
Okay, so Gulder just snared Kinu's snare.
Oh, yes. That's interesting. I like this Hypnosis here. One, because we knew the Gulder was snare already, so the sleep was definitely going down, and that protects the Kinu from taking a Toxic Ink, but also because we know that the Sunif does so little to the Volar end and the Kinu, that a Revitalize this next turn is guaranteed to be successful. Could even go for a Stonewall here.
Yeah, either the healing or the buff is pretty much free here. That Surnif doesn't really want to stay on in this board. Not only doesn't it do like any damage, it also doesn't want to take the Noxious Bomb. And that feels bad because this is a settling Surnif, so it just wants to stay in to get those little increments of attack, right?
Yeah, the difference in relative bulkiness between a Colossity and a settling Surnif is surprisingly large. Those defense boosts upon taking physical damage really add up. And not getting those every time you get attacked makes Surnif, at times, very vulnerable.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you build it like so offensively. It's just really unfortunate here. Shize has to swap that Surnif out. I think you can't stay in. Golder is a prime target to being hypnoed, and Surnif doesn't actually swap out. It bushes, dodges one attack because of it. There's the Revitalize, which was a pretty easy predict to make, and a Toxic Plume, which, well, Surnif dodges, and Golder doesn't take any damage from because of the strong liver, and that is actually a little bit of a downside here because he doesn't take damage, so he doesn't wake up.
That is an interaction I've never seen before, but it's one that I think will be useful to me in future. I shall make my...
Yeah, it's extremely niche, but you're completely immune to it, so you don't take the damage, so, well, you don't wake up. It's pretty painful for Shize here. That is a very cool interaction, though. I like that a lot.
That will be relevant to me because I have 4 Hypnosis users on my current team.
There's that Water Cutting Lily dealing a massive amount of damage. Feather Gatling going into the Golder. It tanking it relatively well, 35%. Toxic Ink onto the Banshee. And this is actually a neutrality Banshee. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, not running the hand fan. It's a little bit less offensive than I originally made it out to be. But going neutrality with Strange Fast makes calking a hell against it.
This is the strength of Banshee. It's very similar to Volarend in that you can see one in the pick and ban phase and you do not know what trait it is unless you've played this person before. Both traits on Banshee are very, very good, and unless you've played someone's team previously, it's a huge question mark in the pick and ban phase. And that shows with that Toxic Ink there. If that was an air spec, that Banshee would be going down next turn, guaranteed no matter what.
Yeah, if that were air spec, that Banshee would have died earlier already because it would have likely been much more offensive.
Yeah, so
but,
now
I
it
liked
forces another attack from the Surnif here, which means it would OX. Because Water Cutting Lily is so expensive at 31 flat stamina cost. Which means it's more likely to go for the burst if it doesn't want to X here, giving Banshee the opportunity to Tornado the Golder for free.
And if the Surnif does go for the bush here, you get into like a similar position next turn, where the Surnif can't really click Water Cutting Lily without OXing. So Shiza decides to preserve it, goes into the Naga for that Naga Golder combo. Oh, actually, never mind. Golders gets swapped out into the Yowlar, which is another terrifying combo, by the way. Having a really fast Yowlar. There's the Tornado onto the Golder slot. Yowlar tanks it, take a good amount of damage.
I've once again desynced, so I'm having to come back.
Well, I'll be keeping you up to date then, in that case. Well, Yowlar is stuck with 8% here. Banshee still has the 16%. And Naga Yowlar is online, so this Yowlar will most likely go first and deal out a considerable amount of damage. Naga is still full health, and is ready to do anything, basically. Just swapped in, so it has a potential Psy Surge, which it probably won't run.
And I'm back in. This time it wasn't so bad. So, just in time for the Kinu swap on the Vola end.
Yeah, and there are those
tank the whole team.
There's a Savage Suplex, the really fast Savage Suplex. It deals massive damage to the Vola, and not unimportantly, also exhausts it. So Vola Feather Gatlings, the Naga, deals around 30%, and its O-axis, most likely because of the exhaust.
Yeah, I think it would have done there. This is a really big deal, because if they'd gone for the Yala, they'd be in a safe position now, but because Setska chose to attack the Naga instead, probably expecting a Yala swap, because of that, the Vola end is in the dangerous position it's in, because at least if the Yala was down, it could potentially swap out, but no, there's a threat of a +1 Oshi or clinch coming in on that spot instead.
I think this was a pretty bad turn for Setska overall, because that Yowler just stayed in and attacked, and not only did it get its attack off, it also didn't die. So now Setska has to deal with another turn of a +1 Yowler.
Yeah, this is the strength of Show-Off Yowler specifically, with a Deceitorna, guys, because it means that each of your attacks, despite going first, are as if you had that comebacker boost, which you're not able to get because you're probably the first thing to move.
Yeah, and
backer from activating.
Even without comebacker, Yowler does a hefty amount of damage. It just has really big base stats, really big numbers on his moves. It's just very strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and Yowler goes for another show-off. Oh, that is so greedy, but I like that so much. There's the Beta Burst coming from the Naga onto the Banshee, and the Banshee dies.
Yeah, the Valorant couldn't attack, so Yowler was relatively safe there. If you knew that your Naga was faster under Deceitora than anything that Setska has, then that's a very safe show-off.
Oh, but this is so bad for Setska, because that is a +2 Yowler now.
And that could be an issue.
Yowler Naga will go before anything that Setska have, most likely. So Vola is almost dead, Kinu is almost dead, and Velash doesn't want to take an Oshi.
Yeah, I don't see any good options for Setska this turn. Voloran's probably going to be third in turn order, with Velash as fourth. I think a +2 Oshi will one-shot that Velash unless it's very physically defensive.
And even if you kill that Yowlar here, you still have to deal with an almost full health Naga, a Gulder for Naga Gulder, and a potential Cerneve Koish combo.
Yeah, and with a low health bowler end.
I honestly don't see Setska getting out of this.
I don't think Setska can come back either.
Well, the Valorant goes out first into that Kinu, buffing up the Valash, hoping that it potentially lifts the... Oh, it's Savage onto Kinu, actually. Okay. And then it's Crystal Spikes onto the Naga? Let's clinch onto the Yowlar? Okay. Well, this is also still painful because the Naga is alive.
That Hypnosis is pretty big. That basically secures the game. Now, I want to talk about the clinch Valash because I've never seen that before, but it's fascinating. I have never seen anyone run that. But it makes sense. It's a stab move that Valash can run in its 4th slot, because there's lots of debate on what you put in the 4th slot. Do you run range? Do you run block? Do you run ninja? Sharp stabs? Everyone discusses a different option every time I have this conversation.
And clinch makes sense if you have a Naga team, and Setska does have a Naga. So that is an option you can click for a decent stat move under the Seed Aura.
Yeah, one thing people tend to forget, because you see Crystal Spikes and Madness buff so often, is that Valash's offensive stats are actually the same.
Oh yeah, Valash, I assume, was supposed to be an incredibly good mixed attacker, but it got Scavenger Madness buff, one of the best combos in the game, in my opinion, and it just pops off with that. But yeah, its physical attack isn't bad at all.
That was interesting because it allows Valash to secure that KO before the Naga Hypnosis, but unfortunately, I still don't think Setska can come back from this. There's the side surge.
Yeah, so this
Harmful
Vola is
lick.
dead. And then this Valash will have to deal with 4 Temtem, and that is gonna be pretty impossible.
And unfortunately, Setska's Valorant was harmed in the making of this tournament.
Yeah, that was painful to say the least.
Hope chat got that bun, please. But either way, even though it's alive, I don't see Vlad coming back. Sure, you can take out the Naga, but you're not going to be able to deal with the... Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's the Naga Golder, there's the Bamboozle. Valash does go for the Cheeky Madness buff too.
I like that, but the issue is that Bamboozle stays for 2 turns, so now it can Bamboozle itself, and then what's Valash doing? Clicking Madness buff again?
Yeah, and on top of that, Valash doesn't really want to take the Beta Burst or the Side Search either, right? So, and
no
on
matter
top
what,
of that, Hypnosis is so bad. Like, this Valash is just gonna be permanently asleep if Shiza wants to.
No matter what Valash does here, it either gets its attack blocked by a faster Bamboozle, or one that's already on there, or it gets put to sleep. It's unlikely to ever attack, unless Harmful Lick is used instead.
Yeah, and there's that Harmful Lick going first, doing a chunk, and there's the Hypnosis. And now we're back to square one because that Valash can't do anything, and Naga Golder can just both rest up, and we'll do everything over again in 2 turns.
Yeah, this is full control from Shizenix. There is no way for Setska's Valash to do anything unless Shizenix essentially lets it.
Yeah, and this game is a really good example of how certain combos are just so strong. With Naga Golder, Koish Yaular, Koish Cerny, Naga Yaular, Shiza's team, or current team, is just so full of incredibly good pairs. Well, Valash wakes up, gets the alerted status, so it can't be put to sleep right away again, but that's not really gonna matter. Like, Setska doesn't have enough to deal with the rest of Shiza's team, especially with 2 offensive Temtem in the back.
Yeah, I think here the only thing you can do if you're Setska is read which target the Bamboozle goes on and hits the other spot.
Yeah, and that is a coin flip for both players at this point. And even that isn't gonna matter. Like, once Naga dies, you can just let Golder die, just to double in every turn. There's the Side Search. It's gonna deal a considerable amount of damage, even with the +1/+1. Yeah, it's a small chunk. It's like 20%. Crystal Spikes onto the Golder. So he did guess correctly, but Golder, of course, doesn't die because Golder is very chunky.
There may be a way to come back here, right? So if you find a way to hit the Golder again, that then removes the faster Bamboozle, which allows you to hit the Naga. You're getting health back from both of those. It's theoretically possible, but...
Yeah, but there's the Hypno. Like, I was about to say, the Naga isn't being threatened at all because it has the Bamboozle up. Golder went for the cheeky damage over the Bamboozle even. And there's the Hypno.
I wonder if Toxic Ink was more damage at that point. Although the Poison Ticks would wake up...
No, Poison Ticks would wake up the Valash, and I don't think Shiza wants to go for that. Instead, Shiza gets the free stamina here, and can just Harmful Lick plus Side Search again, and that will kill the Valash.
Yeah. One thing I will mention here is there is a move that many people do not consider on their Thames, but this is the exact situation where it would be good, and that's photosynthesis. If this Naga or this Golder were able to use photosynthesis, instead of resting and only getting a tiny portion of their stamina back, they could get back half and continue being offensive.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of those Temtem do get that photosynthesis, and Shizenix takes the game in a pretty close game, but at the end it was just so well played by Shise. It was so well controlled. Every single turn went in his favor.
Complete and utter control from that side of the board. There was nothing that Vlash could do back.
And with that, we'll be swapping back over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about this game and look at their predictions for the next one.
Shizenix takes down Setska, bringing himself to a nice little standing. Actually, Battle Fight, everyone on the right side won this game, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Let's take a look into it. There were quite a few interesting comeuppances during that match that I don't think everybody quite knows all that much about. So I know that Saber took a few notes about one turn in particular.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty interesting if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, that was actually turn 6. That was turn 6 where we saw Valorant from Setska trying to toxic plume there, and we had that Gulder was sleeping, and then Cernif pushed, but actually since Gulder was a strong lever, it didn't wake up the Gulder with that move. So this was very, very, very interesting in getting another buff from the anaerobic trait. And well, even if this was, a very, very good play, at the end, this actually didn't help because we saw Shizenix win. But yeah, we wanted to, make a little notice about that turn. It was very, very, very cool, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There was a bit of back and forth. We were talking about, both teams have exactly the pieces that they need to complete the puzzle, win the match. It was Shizenix this time. Could be Setska next time. We'll have to see. Maybe they meet again later on in the Invitational. But let's look forward to the following round. We're headed into round 4 here in just about 10 minutes. On stream, we're going to see Prody versus Vossie. Now, considering we've seen both of these tamers already today, we know what their teams are. We have a little bit of an advantage in our predictions.
Yeah, and talking also about standings, we can say that so far Prody is 3-0, so he won all his matches.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I guess he will win against Vossie.
So your vote goes to Prody?
Prody, yeah.
Okay. I have to say that Prody actually didn't disappoint me on that match we saw previously. Even if a couple of things happened there, but still was very close and very nice game. But yeah, he's I would say he's the master of Doom, and my votes goes for Prody once again. What's up for you, Rosie? What do you think?
All right, so Prody has been undeniably incredibly skillful today. Undefeated, top of the bracket. But I think I'm looking at Vossie's team. I have a screenshot up from game 1 right now. I think that Vossie has all of the Tems that he needs in order to find the win. He has Volerand, Barnshee, and Tuvine to give wind pressure onto Tortonite, the Lash and Tuvine to give crystal pressure onto Pocus, so the Doom is definitely threatened out. There's a Wolfie and Ukama that can certainly do some damage onto Grumper.
Also Bush for, avoiding the Doom, right? From Wolfie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's Bush. There's not too much else that would be able to negate the Doom. Neutrality Barnshee is really all that we'd be looking for.
Yeah.
But I think that Vossie has what he needs in order to bring it through. I think I have to vote for Vossie. In Vossie, we trust.
Okay, sounds good. So we have 2 for Prody now and 1 for Vossie. Okay.
Let's take a look as well. I want to see some of these other games that we've got. Shirokky versus Shizenix, Wobbles versus Setska, also going on for round 4. I think we haven't seen Shirokky yet, have we?
Yeah. You're right. Shirokky is the only one that actually we don't know anything about his team.
Yeah, I guess he played because Setska said to me a team like Plat, SNR Plat. So we will see. It will be interesting. It's Shirokky versus Wobbles. So
the last round, I believe.
Last round.
Yeah. So this also can be interesting. And also, I think we haven't seen Wobbles too, right? So we missed both Shirokky and Wobbles, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I was watching
yeah.
Wobbles yesterday, so I felt like I had been there already, but you're absolutely right. So that'll be a first time seeing both of their teams in round 5 after this next match happens. But that could be interesting as well. If Shirokky's running a team similar to Platt, that is copy and paste what we saw yesterday, and Platt was able to win yesterday. So that could be an interesting way to end things off.
Absolutely. So, and also talking about a little bit the standings, we can see that Shirokky's got 2 wins and one loss, and Wobbles is 1-2, but things can get a little bit different if we talk about the last round happening into rounds. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, Prody is in a good spot.
Prody is. 3-0 is pretty solid, result so far, and we will see if he will, finish perfect score, or anybody else will be able to take that first place for today in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the top 4 players from this group will be qualifying, so it looks like, Vossie and Wobbles definitely down there, but not out just yet. There's still 2 more games to play. There's still a lot of Temtem coming up in the Fellow Tamers Invitational. We've only got about 5 more minutes before this next round is going to start. Do you guys have anything else you'd like to talk about, or should we take a short break?
Okay, now we were saying that basically Prody locked himself into the next step, I think, because even if he loses, let's say that he loses the 2 next rounds, probably he will be in anyway. And I think that the 4th place is still, because there's Setska, but also Wobbles can be able to get it. So I think that the 4th place, it's going to be very interesting in the end to see who is going to get that. Shizenix is also probably pretty comfortable in that, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, Vossie is pretty difficult because it's 0-3. Even if he wins the next 2 rounds, it can be difficult for him to get through, but you never know.
Yeah, basing it on opponent win percentage, if Vossie is able to win the next 2, he would actually be looking pretty good, as recently he lost to, lost to Shirokky, lost to
Setska in the round 1.
Oh yeah, Setska's way up there.
Yeah,
there we go. I'm losing my mind a little bit. I apologize. But yeah, if he's able to keep it up, and now this following game, he is playing against his other friend in that 4th spot, Wobbles versus Setska. So knocking Wobbles down a little bit would definitely help his cause.
Yeah, this is pretty much, I would say that, Wobbles against Setska is pretty important for, knowing who is going through this, because they're both 4th place. So this is a pretty important match for them. And yeah. So, apart from Prody, that I would say that is pretty safe, everybody has to play until the very end, so they can guarantee themselves to be locked in for the next step, right?
Yeah. Next match will be decisive. Yeah.
So I think they're almost ready. We have probably a couple of minutes break before jumping into the next round.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. We can run an ad, make a little bit of money to pay off these players for their incredible prize pool, and we'll see you guys again in just a couple of minutes with round 4.
Sounds good.
All right, we apologize for that short break, but we are back once more for round 4. Prody versus Vossie, headed back into the commentating desk. Jeb, Causation, take it away.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I think we're back, and yeah, we're gonna go to the next matchup. One I was looking forward to a lot. It's Prody versus Vossie. And I just checked. Prody currently is 3-0, and Vossie is 0-3, but it should still be an incredibly good match.
Yeah, after seeing Prody's team in an earlier round, I am very excited for this because I love his team. I think the buff synergy with everything on his team is fascinating.
Yeah, we were just discussing how much we like it. It's like a very well-oiled machine. Everything just works together. If Shizenix team is like a comp full of like pairs that work out really well together, Prody's team is just one big machine that just turns everything.
Pretty much. The way I look at Prody's team right now is it is one team with a specific function that every single member on his team contributes to do that one thing well. Whereas Vossie's team is a bit more wider in the things it has to offer.
But yeah, we have a pretty like standard team from Vossie, I dare say. First is the incredibly unique Prody team. And I'm looking forward to this so much. The Vossie starts out by banning that Kinu. And as you said before, always ban Prody's Kinu.
Yep, that's a 10 that he uses on almost all of his teams, and he maneuvers pretty much everything around it when he's able to bring it.
So Vossie starts off by picking the Volvi, and Prody picks the Naga plus the Noxolotl. What do you think of that? You're a big fan of the Nox. What do you think of this opener?
I'm not sure about this opener, so I think that Vossie got the advantage. You've got the double madness buff, but you've also got Plague into one spot and Feathergat into the other spot. So no matter what, either of them are threatened at some point, so I'm not sure how Prody's going to maneuver around this lead combo from Vossie.
Yeah, I'm also not too keen on Prody's opener, but he might have acknowledged that Noxolotl is really important against Vossie's team, and maybe he picked it because of that.
That's entirely possible. Noxolotl's great at dealing with Fire Quench. It has the natural bulk and the typing to be able to handle the counters coming from it, and then a +2 acid reflux completely melts it.
Ooh, the Valash gets banned on Vossie's side. On Prody's side, the Volvi gets banned. The Volvi is so hard to deal with, as I've said before. And the Valash proved to be a little bit of a problem for Prody last time. Made it a lot closer than it should have been. So he probably banned that Valash because of that, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm expecting a last pick Tort here from Prody's side. I don't think the size match has a good enough matchup into everything Vossie's bringing that justifies bringing it along.
Yeah, size match is difficult here versus a Plague, versus Banshee, versus Ukama. The size match would be really difficult. Alternative, or on the other side, okay, he just snap picks Tort. There's some matchup that Tort doesn't really like per se. Fire Quench does deal a good amount of damage to it, so does the Banshee, and so does the Vola. But if it just gets buffed up, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, now I'm most interested in this lead turn and the choices Prody makes, because we've seen Madness buff on both of these.
Yeah, so this lead is really scary for Prody. It is not the best lead for him, but if he reads something, or if he reads well here, he can just run away with the game right away.
Yeah, pretty much. Noxolotl has a great matchup into Volvi. Even though you take Dust Vortex neutrally, you get those special defense buffs and those heals, and it's enough to deal with it well enough because of the raw stats you end up having. Whereas Naga doesn't have a very good matchup into either of these. However, we do know that Vossie's Volarend is aerobic, so that if the Naga is slow enough, which I expect it to be because we're outside of ladder, then we could see, after a Feathergat, a Beta Burst, which will do a significant amount of damage to that Volarend, potentially about 45%, but no, it switches instead.
And that was to be expected. That Naga is gonna have a lot of value later on in the game. That Pig happily will take some damage if it gets targeted. I expect the Noxus Bomb to go in there. Nox deals 20% with a Toxic Ink, and that's even without the Toxic procs. So that is a good chunk actually coming from the Toxic Ink.
Yep, Toxic Ink still remains one of the best moves in the game, in my opinion. It's very rare there's a time where you don't want to click it.
That Pig, he probably wants to take the damage, right? It's the most expendable member on Prody's team, I think. It doesn't get trapped by the Plague either, which is a big bonus because of that Chamomile. So I like that. I like that as a switch in. He had to take damage onto something, and it couldn't be the Naga. And alternatively, he could have chosen the Pocus, which wouldn't have liked it either, and the Tort would have taken a lot of damage from the Feather Gatling. So I think the Pig was the best option here.
Yeah, I think something really important here is the Pig is on 51%, which means that if it takes the same doubling combo again, it will survive to use a Stonewall. Another option, however, is a potential Relax, but the team Elusive Wolfbeat on Vossie's side will avoid that sleep.
And something that's pretty important here is that because the Volarend went for the Noxious Bomb, it didn't get its aerobic proc. So that means while it does have the Hyperkinetic Strike online, it doesn't have that really big nuke online right now.
No, it doesn't. That is correct.
And it would still do damage, don't get me wrong, but without the +1 or +2 speed, it's not going to be as threatening as it is normally. So this Pig is probably just happy to sit here for another turn.
Yeah, I think this Pig is in a relatively good position. I do expect a Stonewall because out of all of the moves that Pig can use, that is the one that gives the most value. And considering it's around half health, you want to consider getting as much value out of it as you can before it goes down. But Noxolotl switches out into a Pocus.
Oh, it's definitely going to be the Stonewall then. Yeah, it is definitely going to be the Stonewall. There's the Plague onto the Pocus. Pocus takes around 32% damage, gets trapped and exhausted only. It's not the handcuffs. There's the Feather Gatling, bring it down to 41%. Aerobic buff, getting that speed. Now it has the nuke line. And there's that Stonewall we were talking about. And overall, I think both players had a decent turn here and got out what they wanted. The Pocus is a little bit low for Prody, and I don't know if he wanted to get it that low, but that Stonewall is definitely going to help, and Rejuvenate is just going to heal it back up so quickly.
Rejuvenate is a huge heal, and that synergizes really well with defensive buffs. However, Vossie made the correct read here and doubled in that slot. The thing with Pocus is it is made of paper naturally, and it doesn't really get strong until you set up multiple defensive buffs on it, because without them, it loses a lot of health very quickly, which is why we saw just under 60% total damage on this Pocus, which is typically spec'd to be entirely bulky.
Yeah, and those are from two moves that aren't even super effective on it. So yeah, Prody swaps it back into the Nox, actually, saving the Pocus for later, which is entirely understandable. It is a really good win con, and goes back into the Nox plus Naga. But now you have the problem again that Vola threatens the Naga with a Nox bomb, but it does have multiple aerobic buffs, and that also means multiple Spadef drops. So at this point, he doesn't really want to take any of the mental moves from Naga because of the -2 special defense. On top of that, Nox did get the trance, so it got the free madness buff basically. With a sleep and a regen tacked onto it.
I expect that Nox wants to switch out here because it will get those regen ticks in the back, and we will see the item revealed now, most likely. If it's pillow, the pillow actually goes before the switch.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about pillow, right? You can just swap it out, still get the heal, get the regen in the back, and then swap it back in when it's relatively healthy again.
Yeah.
I think the Naga has to stay in, right? You don't really want to take damage on something else, and that Naga threatens the Valorant here pretty
now the
heavily.
Valorant is -2. A Beta Burst is probably going to do 40-50%.
I think it's going to do a little bit more now that it has -2, but I think around 50% might be a good guess, yeah. But Naga obviously, or of course, doesn't have the Madness buff up or any buffs. It's just full health. It sits there with the Decidar, and Nox is indeed pillow. So we did call that in the first game. Nox swaps out back into Tortonite. There's that Beta Burst, and okay, you were right, it did around 43%, so that's not too much. And did you just see that?
Yes, I saw a Sharp Leaf coming from...
That was a Sharp Leaf Volvi. I am extremely confused right now.
But it didn't do anything. Meaningful, at least.
It barely did damage to Naga.
Not like this, Vossie, no! You're supposed to make PDX look good.
This Naga just survived on 36 HP after being doubled in.
It's not even that bulky, right? Because Naga.
Those were 2 super effective hits, but the Sharp Leaf just did nothing. I am so confused.
This is like the time I tried Glass Blade on Gallus because I wanted to hit Mentals on turn 1 and not be forced to use Double Gash. And that's what it felt like. I'd use a super effective move and it would do nothing, and I'm like, yeah, no, this don't work.
Yeah, but Gallus has a good attack stat.
I did like 30% to a Glass Cannon Barchi, and then I gave up.
Volvi has 39 base attack.
Yeah, why would you ever use Sharp Leaf for that?
That's not invested either. Like, no way in hell you would invest into attack on a Volvi. Like, I don't get that Sharp Leaf, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I don't understand either. Like, for reference, as a kind of anchor point, Nidrasil has 36 special attack, so we're looking at something like a similar differential between attack and special attack to that. And we know why everyone goes physical on their Nidrasil.
Well, in the meantime, Tord got the really fast Stonewall off. So Tord just Stonewalled itself. It's still full health. Tord is going to be a menace this game.
Yeah, if he can deal with that Barnchy, Prody's Tord is going to pop off.
Yeah, and I was going to say with the Volvi too, but if Volvi has room for Sharp Leaf, then what is it not running?
Probably Sandstorm.
That's what I thought, yeah. I'm still confused about it. But that Tord is gonna pop off. Like, most likely it's gonna pop off here. It still doesn't want to take the Hypoxia, but...
Should you... No, you can't outspeed the Hypoxia because Spikes effectively halves your speed under DA. So, yeah, that Tord's taking damage no matter what, unless you switch it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think, do we actually know what kind of Barnchy this is?
Based on the damage it took from that Beta Burst, it's probably more defensive.
Because that can matter a lot if it goes first or not, because Tord isn't fast, and Barnchy can be extremely fast.
We don't know the item on the Barnchy. We know it's not Strange Vest. So, we also know it's not double screen. Could it be Airspag Hand Fan? That makes the most sense. But Tort's...
Yeah, I was thinking Airspag
Tort
Hand Fan.
One, I think it lives Hypoxia.
So this Tord does have the special defense buff right now, We know its item. Its item is energy drink. Okay, so Naga starts off with a Naga's Fury, and that's gonna do a little bit of damage. It's not too much. And the Tord actually goes first under the Seed Aura, and that's the end of Barnshi, and Tord isn't threatened at all anymore.
That was a big, big turn for Prody.
So yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, right? If that Barnshi has enough speed, then the Crystal Spikes will still go first.
Yeah, then that implies it was probably Airspec Hand Fan, because that's when you want that speed
Oh,
to blow stuff up.
we in chat. I reading right now that Vossie went to timer again, which would be incredibly unfortunate.
That would make sense. Why would the Tord go first? Because the Barnshi clicked rest, which still goes last.
That is so unfortunate because that Tord Knight is only being threatened by Dust Vortex now, and with the +1 special defense, it will be okay. Especially because it can do Stonewall again, right? Really fast.
Yeah, it can Stonewall again first. That'll put it at +2. It'll definitely survive at +2. And then you're likely to see a Psy Surge on the Wolfie spot.
Yeah, exactly. It's ooh, that is painful. There's the Tord's Garden. No heal because he was full health. But there's the Doom coming out on the Ukama. The almost full health Ukama. That's a good target to hit. There's the Beta Burst from the Naga onto the Fovi. And the... Oh, okay. Yep. There's double rest, so...
This implies that Vossie has disconnected.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Yeah, and there is Prody 1. That is so unfortunate. Vossie
Almost
played
certain that's
really well at
Yeah.
the start there. I think Prody was in a good position at in the end, but he by no means won that game yet.
Yeah, I think actually in the first few turns, Vossie was ahead in tempo.
Oh,
I
you
He was
definitely.
on track to win. He'd put himself in a good position, and the early switches that Prody made, being forced to go out of Nox, back into Nox, back and forth, showed that the continuous defensive switching meant he was under pressure. So Vossie disconnecting there and losing his Barnshi due to the rest basically just flipped the outcome of that game.
So, since we have 20 minutes until the next round, is there a game still going on? We might be able to spectate another game real quick, or we'll go to an analysis desk. That's up to the tournament organizers here.
Yep, we shall let them decide, and we will let everyone know when they have told us what's going on.
But yeah, that game was by no means over. It could have gone both ways. I think Prody was in a decent position with his buffs, but Vossie had so much pressure.
Yeah, Vossie did tell us after his first match in our club server that he did disconnect in the first match as well. So it sounds like he's got internet issues at the moment.
Okay, we are... Okay, so we did get word that we will go to the analysis desk right now. So it will be a little bit before you get to hear Causation and me again for the next match, but we'll be looking forward to it, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right, we're back at the analyst desk. That was a bit of a quick round. I think the third game actually just finished as well. So yep. There is still some to talk about, though. That was pretty impressive. That was dominant stuff from Prody. I know we have a few notes once again, a couple of very fun things that we saw that aren't all that common. So what do you guys think? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah. I just noticed that actually we saw a sharp lead from Wolfie. This was first time for me watching. I mean, at that move on the Wolfie. Do you have any other, any comments on that move? Stamina saving, probably, like Neko suggested.
Yeah, stamina saving, but I don't know how he's facing maybe mix with no Sunstorm, but yeah, it was a good play. But that was so, sad because he's disconnect, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was sad. And I feel like at the very beginning, like in the first 1-2 turns, Vossie had a very good pressure on Prody's team. He was just keeping the pressure on that. Then suddenly happened a double swap there, bringing in Banshee and Yukama. And actually, even he didn't disconnect. They were having a very bad time there because even if we know that Banshee was good onto Tort, there was Naga that was pressuring with the Deceit Aura. So probably Banshee was a dead birdie there, even with being able to probably kill the Tort, but not enough because of the Deceit Aura. And yeah, basically now after that turn, everything went in favor of Prody, and that was the concede from Vossie after a couple of turns. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There were just a few maybe miss swaps, maybe just plays that needed to be more aggressive and challenge Prody a little bit more. I know we had mentioned pretty early on, like turn 3 or 4, there was a Stonewall onto Tort Knight where it's still at 100 HP. And that was just a little bit too much to ask for already. If you're going to start stonewalling up with max HP, you're taking less and less damage from the aggression. You're able to delay more for Tort Knight's Garden to, do Mukama, really. That's...
Yeah,
it was just a little bit of out of place swaps potentially from Vossie's side, but either way, that was very impressive from Prody, keeping his undefeated streak alive, headed into the final round where he will face Setska, but that'll be off stream as we are going to watch Shirokky and Wobbles.
If we want to talk a little bit about the standings here, like you said, we have Prody with being undefeated. I would call him like King of the Hill for today. Let's see if it's keeping this title until the very end. And then we have Shizenix, 3-1. So I would say that also Shizenix locked is position for going to the next step. And then we have a pretty interesting Shirokky and Wobbles being 2-2. So I think the next round would be like probably the most interesting, talking about standings. Because, this is pretty important because they're both at, 3rd place. And then, we have Setska, 5th place, and Vossie. I mean, for Vossie, I think being 0-4 is not probably...
not possible.
It's not possible. But, let's see if, and also Setska. What do you think, guys? Setska is 5th. It's still difficult for him.
Yeah, he can, if he wins against Prody, he will have a good average. And we will see. It depends on the Shirokky and Wobbles fight.
Yeah, agree. Yeah. So basically, this is...
This guy wins against... he lost against Wobbles. And she...
Yes.
No, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. So basically... like I said, the most important game in round 5 is definitely Shirokky and Wobbles, because around that game in particular, all the others are just going up and down with the rating, with the win rate. Yeah. So this is, I think that's
I think if Setska wins against Prody, he will be top 4.
Yeah, probably.
Prody is 4-0.
4-0. Yeah, he's the highest in rating.
He needs to win now.
And of course, between Shirokky and Wobbles, the winner will be, of course, going through, and the loser will probably go out. If Setska wins, of course, because this is probably the two games are pretty much connected on basically who is going to get through and not. But Prody and Shizenix are basically locked in for 1st and 2nd place, I would say. But of course they're playing for winning and for getting the best results. And okay, I think that's all. Rosie, what do you think about what do we want to talk about who is going to win for this last round? What do you think, guys? Come on. Give me your vote.
So Shirokky versus Wobbles. This match kind of hits close to home for me, I guess, because Shirokky was definitely, the reason I joined PDX in the first place way back when was his invitation. But then, I'm such good friends with Wobbles now. I feel like I owe both of them my bet, but I can't do that. That's breaking the rules. So far, I've lost every single bet that I've made. I'm 0 for 4, so I'm doing really good. I'm sorry if this is cursing you in betting for you, but Wobbles, man, I was touting you before in the Fellow Tamers Discord. I was saying you're gonna win this entire thing. So I hope that I'm not giving you a curse. I'm voting for you, man.
Okay. Neko, for you?
I would bet on Shirokky.
Mhm.
I don't know why, but I'm on Shirokky's side.
Okay, okay. So, well, I have to say that they're pretty. I mean, I wouldn't say new for me, but I am new actually, and I know that they are pretty good old players. They just, So I would give my votes for Shirokky too, but like Rosie, I would say that I don't know who to decide between them. So I will go for Shiro, but also Wobbles deserves love. So I will go for Shiro, but yeah, good luck. Have fun for both players here. I don't know who to choose.
In chat, Wobbles mentioned Shirokky was his mentor when he started playing competitive and started streaming competitive. So Shirokky is the player that taught Wobbles so much of what he knows today, and now he's one of, I would say, the smarter players and better coaches that we have. So Shirokky did a good job. He may have trained Wobbles a little bit too well, and that might just come back to bite him today. But absolutely, I mean, Wobbles, he had that incredible run yesterday. We've talked about it a couple of times. He made it all the way to the finals, undefeated through Swiss of the weekly, and is using the same team today. So we know that he knows how to use it. He knows how to get the job done. He just has to climb the mountain, one massive step farther, defeating his mentor to do so.
Yep. Okay. I didn't know that. So this is like double interesting now. This game in particular. Okay, so
all right, we've got, it looks like 10, maybe 12 minutes left before this next round is going to begin. We've got to stick to our schedule. So we are going to take a short break. We'll see you guys again before round 5 begins, and then probably once again afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good, guys. So see you in a little bit.
Yeah. See you soon.
All right, we're back once more with the final round of Group A of the Fellow Tamers Invitational. We set the stage a little bit earlier. We are going to see potentially one of the most important matches of this group, deciding so many of these Tamers' futures. Is there anything else anybody would like to say before we move on in?
Shiro versus Wobbles would be an awesome game. And also, we haven't been, watching their teams yet. So this can be very interesting because we don't know anything about them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still both a mystery. So we will be headed in just a moment. And I'd like to mention as well, before we go, after next round, you guys are going to want to stick around because we do have a very special interviewing guest coming in to talk to probably Prody, probably, someone who's up there, who's qualifying, who's going on to tomorrow. So you definitely want to stick around, listen to that interview, get all of the juicy details on how you can win the next Fellow Tamers Invitational. But we are at that time now. We got to move on. We got to give it back to Jeb and Causation for the final round of Group A.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are already far into the pick ban of Shirokky and Wobbles, and it's looking to be a very interesting game.
I am opening up Spectator here real quick, and wow, we are far in to pick and bans.
Do you see that on Shiro's side? We have some really interesting picks. We have, on Wobble's side, we have the Capire. So we get the Capire move flank start. And I'm hoping it's Hurry Ward, because I know you are a big fan of Hurry Ward. I'm also a big fan of Hurry Ward, so it is not the Hurry Ward. It didn't proc. But that's a fake Cerny.
Yeah, so I'm going to open the battle log and take a look at the teams because I didn't quite get the chance to see the end of. Wow, that was quick. Never mind. So we've got a Ketsa going on to the Nature Koi slot and a Synergy Master Water Cannon.
When that base jump just shy of getting that KOs, the fake Cerny, if the Nature Koi's living with 3.5% health, that Capire is almost dead too, and Calibus, untouched, move flank, took a little bit of damage from the Calibus.
Yeah, so if that was a Hurry Wart and Goring was used, the Koi would have gone down, but we also see from the HP that the Capire is just barely going to survive that poison take.
So that move flank is also -1 defense right now because that Calibus opted to use the Humiliating Slap, and that is pretty big because a Water Cutting Lily, Synergy Master Water Cutting Lily will chunk.
Yes. Although we do not know the speed of this Capire. Capire's base speed is 81, it ties with Mushuk. There is a pretty good chance that it could be faster than the Wokkel, but it is not.
And there it is. There's the Water Cutting Lily onto the move flank, and that is a massive damage. There's the Ketso killing the Koish, which we were expecting. There's a Tenderness coming from the move flank onto the Calibus. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of Tenderness. Dropping the attack of a Calibus is huge because its damage output will be slightly lowered. But Calibus can always rely on those very consistent Toxic Ink toxic turns.
Yeah, I do. I'm a big lover of Tenderness as well, especially on Mushuk. That feels great. I am surprised he went for the damage on the move flank. Now, I understand wanting to not allow Unnoticed to prog because that thing can get out of control real quick. But now this Capire has another free turn. It could switch out, or it could Ketzer again and sacrifice itself. There's a lot that it could potentially do here.
And we're off to an extremely aggressive start, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. Both of these teams look very, offensive, especially Wobbles' team.
Yeah, this Capire is very aggressive. The thing with Capire compared to other Ketzer users is you're not able to stagger it with perfect jabs. So that just says I want to be the fastest Ketzer on the planet because it's the fastest user by about 20 base speed, something like that.
Shiro's in such a good position here, and like that water cunning lily, while you didn't necessarily agree with it or didn't know, like I think that was the correct play here. That Catfire was already almost dead, and killing the move flank, having the move flank with the resistance badge, with the goring and base jump and extremely high damage, just getting as much damage out as possible, being efficient with it, I think is worth it.
Both players picking their options very quickly here. Switching out the Capire into Gallus. That switch got red with the crystal spikes. Windburst coming out to do some decent damage to Calibus, and a fairly weak Toxic Ink on the Grandpa slot.
That Calibus took the Windburst or the burst surprisingly well for it being a Calibus.
It's also not got coat, so this is very specially defensive. Unless that Grandpa has, like, no special attack.
I think that would be weird, I think, especially because it is wearing that sweatband. So you'd expect it throwing out, like, a lot of high stamina moves. Okay, there's that turbo that... I mean, if you're running Grandpa, you're running turbo, right? That is just what happens.
That is how that works. Valash surviving the hook kick, and Strangle coming down.
Strangle's another move we don't see a lot, but I love that move. It is
Strangle
so
is
good.
Very good. Very, very good move.
So I just missed who he strangled. Did he strangle the Gyalis or the Grandpa?
Grandpa.
Ooh, okay, so the Grandpa did turbo. So Gyalis, Grandpa, both +1 speed. Super solid. Like, it's a super good move. It will buff the HKS damage that the Grandpa will do. So being able to buff yourself with such a move is incredibly good.
Yeah, so this is preventing the potential tornado turn, forcing the switch out, because Grandpa is now vulnerable. Not sure about the Barnchy switch, but the Valash comes out, it turned out to be safe. Gulder coming in.
When that is not the best board for Shiro, because Gulder doesn't appreciate Barnchy.
So that's 3 stops. Are we seeing 4? No.
Oh, nor does Vola, actually. Vola doesn't appreciate Barnchy per se either, because Barnchy just puts out so much raw damage.
Yeah, Barnchy does a lot of damage, and based on its nickname, I'm assuming it's Airspec.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the most offensive Barnchies we've seen thus far. We haven't seen the full offense one, right? So
no, we haven't seen one yet.
And with full offense, I'm of course referring to the Banshee that literally pretty much only has attack and speed and hand fan plus air spec that just clicks Hypoxia and Tornado.
Yeah, those are terrifying to face. And they're the main reason why I tend to put Tuvine on a lot of teams, because it takes Bargy so well.
Oh yeah, I mean even Tuvine doesn't really appreciate it because of its low special defense. In the meantime, Wobbles swaps out the Gyalis back into the Grandpa, so if both survive, he has that synergy turbo.
A lot of tops coming out here.
Ooh.
Back
There's
comes
that
Valash. Are they expecting the Gulder to go down here?
There's the turbo. The synergy turbo coming from that Banshee. So now Grandpa's +3 speed and Banshee's +2. That hyperkinetic strike is terrifying.
Yeah, so these two could quite comfortably roll over anything Shiro has. You could double the Gulder slot, but that would heal the Valash. I'm expecting something more like...
Something is gonna go into that Valash, because the Banshee will outspeed the Valash with +2 speed, even with the Crystal Spikes.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Wind Burst on that Valash slot, and then possibly a Tornado on the Gulder slot. As for which uses what, I do not know.
It can also be like the HKS from the Grandpa to the Gulder, right? But something, it's just damage coming out, and Valash has gotta go down.
Yeah, whatever is coming into that Valash slot, assuming it may switch, hefty damage. Gulder coming out for Calibus. probably sacrificing it here. There's the HKS
Oh, onto the
on the
Valash
Valash slot.
actually.
Make sure
Okay.
it goes.
Yeah, or expecting a switch and just getting as much damage as possible. Windburst coming out from the Banshee and it does a good chunk. Calibus only at 24% health now.
So it looks like Calibus is unable to survive anything, and Shiro's team on inspection doesn't handle wind spam very well, actually. This is essentially
nothing
what Wobbles
appreciates
is
the
playing,
tornado.
but there's nothing that Shiro has brought to this game that can deal with wind spam teams.
Oh, and there's the incredibly fast tornado or Hypno on the Volorand, making sure that it falls asleep before it can do damage. Now there's the Golder, and Golder's gonna fall to these double wind types, even with 80% health. There's no way it survives like HKS plus tornado.
Yeah, I think the game plan Wobbles is going for here is save the Valorant for last and just focus on the other slot. Oh yeah, that Golder is not gonna last much longer.
Yeah, and now it is an unbuffed Volorand versus the world, and that is not gonna be enough.
No. This has wrapped up very, very quickly.
This went from 0 to 100 incredibly fast.
Very, very aggressive play coming out of Wobbles here. Bamboozle likely on the ground pass spot. Yep, there it is.
It's drill. It is drill Volorand.
I have never seen that before.
Oh my god, I can't believe he just pulled out the drill Volorand, and not only it was also important for that kill. That is hilarious. I can't believe that.
I'm guessing that's for Naga Gulder. But sure, it works into Barnsley Grandpa, I guess.
I can't believe we just saw a drill Volorand.
Yeah, that's like one item I never expected to see on Valorant. Ever.
Wait. It is anaerobic. It's not even aerobic Vola.
I mean, if you're running drill, that actually makes sense. It really is there for the Naga Gulder matchup in that case.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's over anyways. Like, we can't say a lot about it. It's just clicking moves here, doing as much damage that Banshee does. Big chunk, and it goes down. But Drill Vola, really, really interesting. And you're right,
that's
it's
actually a cool
probably
tech.
versus the Naga Gulder. So it's not a tech we saw or could have seen properly this time. But that's tech we haven't seen.
That's cool, I like that. Because if you are against the Naga Gulder, you're basically clicking the Nox Bomb on the Naga slot because you've got the drill. And then you're getting the +1 boost because you're anaerobic, which increases your survivability against the Naga as well. It's like double duty as a counter. I think that's really smart.
Yeah, and especially if your sweatband is gone already, I feel that. I can follow that. Hilarious moment right there that it went through the bamboozle, but it being a counter to Naga Gulder makes sense. And with that, we will go over to the analysis desk. The tournament organizers will check if there are tiebreakers needed. If so, you will be hearing from us again. And if not, it's been a pleasure to cast for everyone, and we'll be seeing you another time again.
Indeed, and with that, we'll pass over.
Yeah.
All right, we're back once more with the analyst desk. That was a very quick game indeed. Although I want to say it wasn't as cut and dry as it may seem looking at the scoreboard. It was definitely closer early on, and just fantastic play from Wobbles to come back to defeat his master, his trainer, his sensei, and confirm that he does go through into the next series.
Yeah. And any comments about what we saw so far? I mean, I was so surprised about Drill on the Vola. That was my only, the best note that I took from that game. Oh, and also I really, I actually didn't know that Wobbles was playing Capire, which everybody probably knows that I name it Capretta. But I was, when I said that I was voting for Shiro for this game in particular, I was so, I was struggling between both because I didn't want to, go on one on the other one. But if I could change the vote, I would go for Wobbles just because of Capretta. That's the only thing that I wanted to say about that. Yeah.
Has nothing to do with him being victorious. It was all about the Capire, of course.
Exactly. So do we want to take a look at the standings here? Because we saw that Setska actually won against Prody, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's tiebreak or not. Because...
let's refresh a bit here. Let's see what's...
Yeah, it looks like we're waiting for an official confirmation from the admins to tell us what it is we'll do next. There are a couple of tiebreakers, it looks like, on the standings. So we may be seeing one more game. We may be headed back to the casters once more to see who finally does make it through. As I mean, absolutely, both Shirokky and Setska are 2 and 3. There is a bit of a breakdown if we mouse over their tiebreakers, where Shirokky does have match wins amongst tied players, which may actually be the benefit for him. We'll have to wait for the official say-so, though.
Okay. So basically we have like 2 tiebreakers, which is Prody and Shizenix. And yeah, then we have Shiro versus Setska, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that we're going to jump into the game for the first place, which is Prody and Shizenix. Correct, Rosie?
Yeah, that is what we've been told. We'll see Prody versus Shizenix for one last match today in Group A, decide who goes through, or rather, in this instance, who goes through in first place, as we will have our entire groups afterwards. We'll have more content afterwards, but we gotta go do this match first.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys again soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, hello everyone. It seems like we're back already. That was a quick one, but it seems like we have 2 tiebreakers actually. And if I am correct, I believe we'll be streaming the first place tiebreaker. That will start in a few minutes.
Yep, so we have 2 tiebreakers going on. We'll be streaming the first place, and the 4th place will not be streamed, based on what I'm seeing in our tournament organization chat.
So both matches are actually really important, because the first place matters a lot for brackets, because I believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I believe that the first place gets to choose their opponent for from the lower seeds. But in the meantime, the 4th place is really important because that's the last seed for brackets. So Setska and Shiro will battle it off for a place in the brackets, and Prody and Shize will battle it off for the first place.
Yeah, choosing your opponent is a big deal, because if it's someone you have a strong matchup into, you can try and secure your next round as well by using that to your advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So we will be shortly going into the game. And before we start, let's quickly theorize on this. Prody versus Shize. Who do you think will win this game?
I am going to go with Prody. I think Prody's unorthodox team, compared to what everyone else in this tournament is running, has the potential to pull him through due to the uniqueness of his team being something that is unlikely to be prepared for when people were building their teams initially for this tournament.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially with locked items. We've seen in the past with fellow Tamer tournaments that Prody did really well, and then people swapped out their items, and they run like talisman and counters, and Prody would lose to that. But now, with the locked items, it means people can't spec against the Doom really easily, unless they're willing to slap on a quote-unquote useless item for the other matches.
Yeah, there are some strategies like Doom-based comps that are hurt disproportionately compared to others when you're able to switch around your items and stuff, like putting a talisman because you know you're playing Prody. I think item lock is definitely a step forward in the way these are done. I think it definitely adds to the tournament and allows more team styles to flourish and be shown off.
Yeah, and looking at the predicts, we see that most channel points have been bet on Prody right now, with Shizenix being severely behind on that. So people are expecting Prody to win this game. I'm also in the Prody camp here. I think Prody just has such a unique playstyle. I think his team is extremely well built. But Shize has done so well this tournament, so he is by no means out of this game.
Yeah, if we look at the way he controlled that Valash earlier in the day, if he continues to play that well, then this is going to be a really close match.
And we actually went into the game. So yeah, I looked it back up. This is a rematch of the second match we streamed, and this was the one where Prody almost threw the game with Relax.
I don't think he's doing that this time.
Yeah, I think he'll be more wary of clicking Relax. As for the bans, I don't think Shize is an option here. You play against Prody, you ban the King. Prody bans the Cernief, so this is looking like an exact copy of the first game, where Shize's Cernief also got banned. It's incredibly good against Doom with Bush. On top of that, it pairs up really well with the Koish, with the Fire Koish. So getting rid of both the combo piece and a hard counter to Doom is incredibly good for Prody.
Yeah, one thing I didn't consider earlier on was that Shize does have a slight advantage in information here, because now he knows that the pig is Relax, which is something he wasn't able to play around last time.
And we're starting out with a Volvi pick, so Prody actually, last time Prody picked double starter in Naga and Seismunch. But instead, Prody opts for the Volvi and is hovering over Pig.
I'm not sure I like the pig here. It's a very passive lead in that case, and it will give
I don't think he'll pick
Shizenix
a
big tempo advantage.
Pick it. That Seismunch did so much last game, but I kind of like the Seismunch pick, but it opens up for Naga, like, really badly.
Yeah, I liked the Noxolotl here. There's very little on Shizenix side that threatens the Noxolotl, and it would allow you to lock anything in, a Madness buff. But we see the Seismunch instead, likely going for an early heat up.
Yeah, and we see Yowlar Kinu from Shize, and that picking Yowlar here means that Shize is planning on just taking initiative, taking pressure, and not gonna let go of it, which, as we saw, is the right way to play against Prody. That's actually what Vossie was doing in their match, which unfortunately ended, of course, due to Vossie disconnecting. But I think Yowlar here makes sense. Banning the Naga also makes sense because that makes Yowlar infinitely stronger, right? It doesn't want to take those mental moves.
I've also noticed Prody banned the Gulder, and that was the main thing that stopped his Tort winning the game so easily last time. It was the bamboozles and stuff blocking it, pushing it off. So now by banning the Gulder, the Doom is much easier to play.
So what I wasn't mentioning in last game is that dooming the Gulder was actually the right play, because Gulder can push off the Doom of Valash with Toxic Ink. Toxic Ink and then Bamboozle, and you push it off. So, dooming the Golder was actually the right play there, and while I was advocating for the Valash Doom, of course. Okay, so Prody ended up with both of his Doomers, with the Pocus, with the Tort. But Shise has such a strong opener. Kinu plus Yowlar is scary.
Yeah, this is a really scary lead. Now, it's not the standard camo Galar that a lot of people play, which means that if there are any tenderness on Prody's, there are no tenderness on Prody's side, so you can't use attack reduction to keep this Yala under control. It's going to remain a threat this entire time, and if it clicks show off, it's only getting stronger rather than retaining a level of strength.
Do we know what kind of Kinu this is? Because if this is offensive, that Size Munch has to leave.
We saw the Kinu in the first match, and it did loads of damage to the Valash, if you remember.
Yeah, so this is most likely an offensive or more offensive Kinu, which means that or it could be, because we also distinguished that Valash might be less defensive. But if this is an offensive Kinu, then that Size Munch has to leave.
Yeah, because that could be a Beta Burst clinch, which could potentially knock out the Size Munch if Prody doesn't know this. If he thinks the Kinu is low special attack invest like most of them, he would likely stay in, right?
But instead, Shise swaps out the Kinu and sends in the Fire Koish. Oh, and Shise is also kind of showing off with that Koish tail. Like, that is a gorgeous Koish tail.
Yeah, that's some nice tails. She's definitely winning the Koish meta here.
Probably going into the Pocus plus the Pig. In the meantime, there's the show off. I was expecting a show off here. It was pretty much free. But Pocus is pretty much fine against Yowlar. It resists most hits, and even though Pocus is paper at the start, it will most likely take it okay-ish.
Yeah, so I would say Shizenix won this. That was 3 swaps coming out and a show off, but it doesn't get any freer than that. Now, Aketsu's going to do a lot of damage to this Pocus.
Oh, that's 50%.
Just over 50%.
And that is the Shrapnel into the Koish rather than the Yowlar. There's the Savage Suplex onto the... Yeah, okay, so it gets knocked down to 30% or 34%. There's the Relax. And this is another tech. Yowlar's... Okay, so a lot happened here. Yowlar's Energy Drink, first of all. So Relax barely did anything. Second of all, another case for Relax on that Pig is the fact that Pocus is also immune to it because of the mental type. So he has the Camo and Pig, he has the Pocus, and he has the Energy Drink on the Tort for 3 Relax immunities.
Yeah, that's true. And doesn't Prody also have the Naga?
Oh, yeah, Prody also has the Naga, but it got banned this game, I believe.
Also, the Wolfie blocks it because of Team Elusive.
Yeah, you're right. So there's 5 immunities to Relax, which makes it a pretty strong move.
So out comes this, that makes sense. Into the Size Munch. Stonewall, potentially?
I think so. On top of the immunities, the Noxolotl also appreciates the Relax because of Pillow.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that is actually super... The more we get to see this team, the more I like it, because it just works so well together.
Yeah, I'm really liking Prody's team. That was also a very free Stonewall with the double swap on Shizenix's side.
That was such a hard read as well, because that Valash doesn't want to stay in against a Size Munch. So now we kind of have a big game of chicken here, where the Size Munch threatens the Valash, but that Kinu also threatens the Size Munch.
The Size Munch is now +1, however. And depending on speed, there could be a Bamboozle that beats out that Kinu beta burst.
Yeah,
But
you're
Pig
right.
is so much lower in base speed, it would need a high speed invest to do that. However, because it's using Stonewall alongside a Deceit or a Naga on the team, it's likely one of those new speed scuffed pigs that are below 50.
Yeah, I think it's probably lower. His entire team is fat and enjoys Naga. So it would make sense if the pig is also on the slower side, but you never know. But yeah, this turn was really good for Prody. Like, really good.
Yeah, that was very strong. Setting up the size munch here was very good, although I still don't think it's safe to heat up yet. I think it has to go for the uppercut, right? Maybe its own Stonewall?
I mean, is that bad? Just clicking uppercut with a size munch?
I mean, no, that's not bad. What could switch in on the Velasquez?
As we got confirmation from chat that Ellie is pretty sure that Prody is indeed 1SV Pig. So
Yeah,
that would make sense, yeah. Oh, the Valash swaps out, threatened by the Size Munch, goes back into Yowlar. Size Munch also swaps out, being threatened by the Kinu, and goes into Tortonite.
Could this be a Stonewall coming from Kinu onto... no, it's a Beta Burst.
There is so much swapping going on here, and there's the Relax, and it hits nothing. Exactly nothing. Energy Drink Yowlar, Energy Drink Tort, Camo Pig, and... well, Kinu is immune to it because of the mental type.
Despite that, I still think Prody may have won that, because he forces out the Kinu now, although he does take an Oshi Dashi now coming from the Yalar. However, he could cage to get the confined buff to take it better. Because the pig relaxed last turn, it could Stonewall, so it could take it relatively well, and then go for spikes on the Kinu the following turn, potentially switching out this turn, because it's never going to click Revitalize.
I like the cage here. I think that's the best play. It's unfortunate that the camo of Pig ran out, but or the immunity of Pig, but I like the cage play. This, once again, is another Death Star, basically, where Kinu doesn't appreciate the Crystal Spikes, but Tor doesn't appreciate the Oshi. This is a very swingy game. Like, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, so if we assume this is a 1 SP Pig, and the Yala goes for Oshi, the Oshi would go before the Pig Stonewall, because the Pig's cutting its low speed in half, whereas the 1 SV Yowlar, most likely, is running at its regular speed, and I think 1 SV Pig cut in half is slower than 1 SV Yowlar at current speed.
We can actually check that. So 1 SV Pig reaches 30. 1 SV Pig cut in half. It's 61 cut in half. Okay, there's the Crystal Spikes onto the Kinu. It takes a considerable chunk. There's a Yowlar with the Oshi.
There's the Oshi Dashi. Oof.
Oh my god, that is such a big chunk.
That indeed was a huge chunk. And the pig going to sleep there was pretty big. I'm not sure what it tried to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But because of its camo, or its immunity ran out, it's susceptible to that sleep. I actually did the calcing real quick. Pig cut in half, or 1 SV Pig reaches 61 total speed. So that would mean it reaches, I think, 31, depending on rounding. Meanwhile, 1 SV Yowlar reaches 45 speed. So Yowlar would go before the Stonewall.
Yeah, okay, so I was right on that, because that's huge for the damage calculation. Like, that really matters a lot. I'm not sure what Tort does here. Does it garden and accept it's not going to live any longer? Seems to be the case.
So do you click that on the Yowlar?
Yeah.
But that's a 4-turn Doom, and Yowlar can do a whole lot in 4 turns.
such as take out Tort.
Yeah, Shiza is in a really good position here. The Yowlar dies in 3 turns, but Yowlar Koish can do a lot in 3 turns.
Yeah, I see this Wolfie going down immediately unless it switches out. I'm not sure what Wolfie could do. We've also seen that this Wolfie has cuffs, which means it's not able to attack this Yowlar, because if it does, it gives it comebacker. If it goes for the Plague, it removes the Doom, even if it forces the Yowlar to OX. And that's not worth.
Yeah, you can't do that. The Yowlar is such a big problem. So the only thing that is, or could win Prody the game, is either getting Pocus set up, but that's unlikely because of 34%, or that Size Munch.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And that will require a lot of really hard reads to pull off, I think. Especially the Pocus one, because Pocus will just die by, like, literally anything.
Yeah, I think Pocus needs to hit things when it can't be hit, and that's very unlikely to happen. It needs to hit something like Kinu, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there's the Plague hitting the Kinu, Bamboozle onto the Fulvi, and that's most likely gonna be an Oshi onto the Fulvi, so it's gets blocked. That's a good start for Prody. Like, that is a good start.
That is a way to come back into this game. So the Kinu could revitalize itself here, though, right? He doesn't have the damage to take out this Kinu, because I haven't seen any attacks coming from this pig yet.
Yeah, so this is kind of the problem for Prody, because he doesn't really have the damage to take out the Kinu. On top of that, just speculating, what if that Kinu has sack?
That would be terrible for Prody. I would like to interject here and say that we have gotten news that the winner of the 4th place tiebreaker was Shirokky.
So that means that Shiro actually goes to the brackets as well.
And as you called, sacrifice. That Yowlar is no longer doomed.
Awful. Oh, that is so bad for Prody. That Yowlar dying was pretty much a necessity for Size Munch carrying, I think. And it being full health, buffed, it is +4/+4 defenses. +1 attack. And on top of that, got rid of the Doom. It can't be put to sleep because of the energy drink. That Yowlar's terrifying.
How do you deal with that? Like, control it. It's got plus attack, it's got plus defense boosts, and it's gonna have comebacker every time you hit it.
You can't deal with it. I think that is it. I think Prody can't deal with the Yowlar. Koish puts the Size Munch to sleep. So on top of that, if he swaps in the Pocus, it just gets killed by the Ketsa.
That is a fast Koish.
Oh no, there's another show off. That is +2 speed for, or +2 attack for the Yowlar.
Yeah, I think this Yowlar's gonna run away with this game now.
No tenderness either. No plumes to drop attack. That the Yowlar is just permanently +2 attack. Can't be put to sleep. It eats anything.
I see maybe one way for Prody to come back with this, but I need to run a calc real quick.
There's the Ketsa onto the pig, deals about 40%, so pig takes it rather well. There's this, and he actually stoneswall himself. Okay, I don't know if I like that, but I guess keeping the pig around longer should be good. So as Chad just pointed out, Prody needs to drain the stam as much as possible. I think that is the win con for Prody. Like, buffing that pig, wasting moves with Bamboozle, because Bamboozle goes for the Yowlar. Just getting the right calls there with the Bamboozle, and then just wasting Yowlar stamina. But even then, it is so scary.
Yeah, this is why I love things like Emanip that exhaust, because when something's got really big defensive buffs, like this yellow for example, a real good way to deal with it is to get it to damage itself through overexertion, because that damage is likely to be greater than the direct damage you would deal from attacking it. Because it essentially ignores the defensive boosts, right? Because it's a kind of recoil damage.
Yeah, so what needs to happen is Prody needs to play around that Pocus now. Like, Pocus is at 34%. It needs to be able to heal up, and it needs to be able to get some buffs. There's the heat up for Size Munch. Okay, so Size Munch is not out of the game either, because, well, heat up is scary. But that's 35% from Savage Suplex.
There's a thought. This Size Munch is Earthbound. It could potentially get defensive buffs to match the Yellow's offensive buffs, and it can gain them at a greater rate. Because a Stone Wall is going to give it +3 defense, while a Shelf is only giving Yellow 1 attack for the same number of turns.
Yeah, that Size Munch... That Size Munch is never gonna win it against the Diaolor. The Diaolor is just too strong right now. Man, this is so tough for Prody. Yeah, this is so tough. Even with the Size Munch waking up, or not being put to sleep here. Man, this is so hard.
I think it's possible. Making reads like that helps. Also, it doesn't overexert. It's on 1.4% stamina.
Okay, that is actually huge. And that Grumper just dies. So did Munch snare the energy drink? I don't think so. Wait, did it? Man, this game is very intense. Like, that Size Munch can still put out a lot of damage. It is very low on stamina now, though, so that is a problem.
Well, the Quash is faster, so it can Hypnosis here.
Yeah.
We still have the Hypnosis outspeed the Size Munch before.
Yeah, Koish just got the Hypno back up, so he can just Hypno the Size Munch here.
Because what could happen is, Hypno goes first, Size Munch tries to do something, it's unable to, and then Yalor wakes it up by attacking it. The damage is probably worth more than waking it up at that point, because it can't overexert itself, because if it does, it goes down.
By the way, that was a +2 rec, right?
Yes?
Size Munch didn't even take, or Yalor didn't even take 17%.
Yeah, it's defense +4. How do you deal? You can't deal with that, right? Surely.
That was a +2 rec. That is like one of those scariest things in the game, and Yalor didn't even take 17%. Okay, there is the Pocus, and Pocus gets immediately water cannoned. There's the energy drink, and well, nothing falls asleep. That Relax did nothing once again. Koish was alerted, Pig was alerted, Pocus is immune, and the Diaolor is wearing energy drink, so...
Did Prody not notice the Koish was alert, or did he think it was going to swap because it was low-ish on stamina?
I think he might have thought that the energy drink was snared off. And I'm wondering what got snared off in that case, or why it didn't get snared off. Oh, okay. Apparently it's... Never mind. It snared Wardrum from Koish. So, yeah, that makes sense, actually. So, yeah, that Relax wasn't...
Yeah, that's up.
That Relax wasn't the best play, then. Unfortunately. The Diaolor just doesn't fall asleep. That Pocus is almost dead now.
One thing we're neglecting is that despite all of this, there's still a +1/+1 Valash in the bag.
Yeah, okay, so we just got word from Prody that the relax was intentional and was expecting the Valash swap. So that makes more sense then. Out comes the Ninja Jutsu though. Healing Pocus up for 20% into the Bamboozle, blocking the Yowler hit. So that Pocus healed up a little bit.
That's pretty good. The Yowler's low. There isn't a Kinu to heal it up, so any damage it takes will stick. Meaning it has to rest this turn, or if it attacks, it overexerts. Which means Pocus is theoretically safe to attack it.
Yeah, but
if we
Pocus
don't take the
doesn't
Valash into consideration. But the Valash is here, so it's not safe.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Pocus is staring down one of the scariest Crystal Spikes users. Granted, though, it doesn't have a Madness buff up. But I don't think that matters against that Pocus. Pocus is unbuffed, it is at 32%, and Crystal Spikes is a very strong move.
There's no way it lives. Like, look in its general direction, and Pocus falls over here.
She just swaps out the Valash, actually, so...
If this Pocus stays in, that would be the manliest play.
Okay, Pig swaps out into the Size Munch. And it's the Psychosis. Okay, Psychosis onto Yowlar. That was a really big play from Prody.
Yeah, that was huge. That means if he survives long enough, it could pull him back into this game.
Prody just went for the... Well, probably one of the most risky plays, staying in with that Pocus. And I think he expected the Pocus to swap out, maybe?
I think, yeah. I think the Pocus is so threatened and it's his only way to kill the Yellow. You have to preserve it.
I don't know why you don't just spikes there, because you're in a really good position. But he was probably expecting the Size Munch on that side to resist the Crystal Spikes. So he was trying to read Prody. Prody, though, didn't get phased at all. Prody just stayed in with the Pocus, acknowledging that the only way to win this game is to Psychosis the Yowlar.
Yeah, I think Shizenix expected the Size Munch on that slot, and being afraid of the Size Munch switching in that turn, needed to take out the Valash on the same turn. There's the stone.
Oh, and there's the stone
This
wall.
is getting interesting.
Suplex onto the Size Munch, but that doesn't matter because Size Munch got the stone wall off, and that was the most important thing to happen there. And Yowlar Yowlar OXing is also big, because that means that it just has one less turn to go.
Pocus can potentially live a Ketza here, and that's if the Koish chooses to overexert. Prody could come back.
I love this play from Prody. He had to take huge risks here. He did that, and it paid off.
Yeah, Prody is playing extremely well in the latter half of this game.
And with that Pocus being back at 50%, Yowlar OX'd, and having the Stonewall up, this is a little bit more scary.
Yeah,
Granted, though, there is still a Valash in the back.
Wait, Shizenix has only 3 times left. The Yowlar, the Koish, and the Valash.
Yeah,
if the
effectively,
Koish switches that into the Valash, then that's switched potentially into a Plague, which locks it in, and then there's a free Dust Vortex on that slot. There's the Ninja. That will not take out the Koish.
But that's not that important, right? It's just for the healing, so it's back to 70%. Oh, and the Fulvius Chain Heal! He healed the Yowlar himself and the Pocus.
That's... Wow,
Oh no. That Koish just OX'd. Yowlar only has 1 turn left.
Wait, Prody could totally win this. You like...
Prody is in a better position here now.
Wolfie may go down. What's Prody got?
No.
Pig. He could just swap the, like...
You
don't need Pig anymore. Yeah, just swap in Pig on the Wolfie slot.
Yeah, because Wolfie claps Valash.
Yeah, it does. So...
Oh no, did Prody just... She just swaps out the Koish, saving it for later. There's the Valash coming in, which is pretty greedy, I'd say, but it's a big risk. Prody swaps out the Pig, so we were expecting this. That Volvi was really important to deal with the Valash. There's the Telekinetic Shrapnel. healing him up back to 100%, only healing for 8% this time. There's Oshidashi onto Pig. That's irrelevant. Pig dies, Yowler dies to the Doom. But that means there's a full health Pocus with a stone wall up against a Valash plus Koish. Then there's the Fovi. Man,
Okay,
this is
so-
extremely close. So Fovi doesn't die. Fovi takes this.
Yeah, so Koish is probably faster than Wolfie because most Koishes are running in the 140 range, I hear. And Wolfies I don't think go that high, so I'm expecting a Ketsu to go before the Plague, which means that Koish gets its damage off.
Is he gonna Plague here though?
I think you would. Yeah. Oh, it's faster. Oh, in that case, then
that
Prody
is
just straight
even
wins.
worse. Yeah. Okay. That is awful for Shize, and that was so well played by Prody. Now Valash has to. There's the Psychosis, and now it's just a waiting game.
And that confirms it. Because the Wolfie can chain heal, so even if the Pocus goes down, the Wolfie can heal itself. Because I don't know if anyone watching knows this about chain heal, but if you are left in a 1v1 situation with chain heal and you target yourself, you heal yourself, then bounce off the opponent and heal yourself again.
Yeah, and that is extremely relevant here because Doom doesn't care about healing. So you can just... We saw that earlier, he healed the Yowler first, so he healed both of his own Temtem. But healing the Yowler didn't matter.
Yeah, it really didn't matter.
Oh, Prody showing why he's the actual Doom God. Why
Yep.
he brought out his signature Pocus and he won the game.
Yep, Prody brought this back in a remarkable fashion.
So it's just gonna be the chain heal right? For the meme, for the last little bit of BM, it's gonna be the chain heal.
Or the rest.
What a game. Yeah, or a rest indeed, but what a game. Oh, not even the chain heal, it's the rest. And Valash goes down to the Doom, and we were doubting Prody, but never doubt Prody.
That was a really good game.
Yeah, and this is why I love Prody games. This was one of the most interesting Doom matches I have ever seen. Prody has played around his comp so well, and he shows why he is the best Doom player.
Yeah, that Psychosis on Yala turn was the game-changing turn, I think. That was
Yeah,
huge.
that was insane. And with that, I think we've spectated our last match. Once again, I'd like to quickly thank you, Hosation, and for being my wonderful co-host. And I'd also like to thank all the players for their fantastic matches. I will be on the analyst desk tomorrow. And I'll be here as well next week.
Yep, this was my only appearance for this entire tournament, unfortunately. But I have been happy to be here. It's nice to get back into casting again after taking many months off.
Yeah, and it's been wonderful. Thank you all. And we'll be throwing it back to the analyst desk and afterwards an interview.
Wow. Once again, that's all that we can really say coming back to the analyst desk after watching an unbelievable back and forth match where truly either of those tamers could have won at any point in time. I think just a couple of different decisions and maybe one misclick later, we do find ourselves at the end of day one. Group A is decided. Prody taking first place and Shirokky taking down Setska to take fourth place, moving on as well to the next session.
Yep. And we saw a pretty different game because we already saw Prody versus Shiz, but we can talk about a little bit the leads where we saw a very scary Yowler there for Shiz leading with the Kinu, and we didn't see any Naga there for Prody. So probably this brought the game a little bit longer because Naga was pretty much a good threat for the whole Shiz team. But, Yowler was pretty free for the whole match, until, of course, Psychosis happened on that. But yeah, it was a pretty different match from the previous one that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Prody bringing in both of his Doomers as well is always something to be afraid of. Shizenix did really well in the early game, doing so much damage to Pocus and to Tortonite before they were able to bulk themselves up, before they got their holds off for their Doom techniques. But in the end, Prody was able to come out victorious. It was the Doom, it was Yowler, all that bulk. I mean, +4/+4 with a +2 attack. But Doom doesn't care. Doom will take you down nonetheless.
Yes.
And only Kinu was actually able to, heal from Doom once. But then, there was actually nothing he could do apart from, of course, switching Yowler out. But also a nice mention from the chain heal from Prody's full feed. That is, I know that Chad actually was appreciating that move too. So yeah.
Yeah, that was really well played from everybody, but it is that time of the day or evening or middle of the night now.
Yep.
All the matches are completed. We have an interview set up with the #1 seed, Prody. It'll be Gaijinbu conducting the interview, asking your questions. We're going to head over that way, and then we'll call it a night. See you again tomorrow. So everybody, thank you so much for coming by, enjoying the amazing competition so far. We have so much more left to go. We will see you guys again tomorrow.
See ya, guys.
All right. I think we're good to go. So first of all, Prody, just absolutely wow. That last match, I honestly have no words for that. That was one of probably the most wild matches I've seen all day today. How are you feeling after that match?
Well, my heart was beating really fast towards the end. I had a plan and I tried to push that plan through, and it went off.
And that plan definitely came to fruition. I mean, I'm still sitting here and I'm going over. I mean, so everybody here knows I'm very new to competitive. So I mean, watching all of you guys play is just absolutely wild. So I have no idea what went on, but I know it was amazing. But we're gonna go over a few questions here, and everybody, bear with me. This is my first time doing this, so hopefully it goes all right. So Prody, what was the hardest match you played today, if you had to say?
With Setska, obviously, Setska, yeah.
No surprise there. No surprise there. That was definitely a scary match. I think both of the matches, I don't know. Who do you believe is going to win in Group B?
It's hard to say because if you know me, I always say this is a rock paper scissors game. So any one of them could win.
Okay, that's fair. It's always hard to tell. There's so many good players, and just you never know what somebody has up their sleeves. So it is hard to say. I honestly don't know who I would pick either. There's too many good players, so that's a good answer. Who would you want to pick from Group B to battle against in the quarterfinals?
Hold on, wait, let me take a look at the players. Wait, I actually can't find the players. Where is it?
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I know they posted them.
I think I think Kanzaki is the most consistent player out of all of them, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Kanzaki is definitely a good player. I think that would be a really good matchup. Your team is so wild. I absolutely, not just me, but everybody in chat too, loved that you had all 3 starters on the team.
I mean, they cover each other's weakness, right? You can like switch, the guys into size mask and it will resist everything that size mask is weak to.
Yeah, that's very true. They basically do cover each other's own weaknesses, and it proved to be a very, very good good strategy. And do you believe with this team that you have the potential to win first place? I mean, we've seen you play, and we all know how incredibly talented you are. But also some of the opponents that you might have to go up against are also super talented too.
I don't really see myself winning, to be honest. I mean, I think like Tsubaki is a better player than me. Senior player is a better player than me. Kanzaki as well.
Humble,
Yeah.
humble answer from a very talented player. I mean, I still don't know a whole lot about competitive or any of the, like, you guys are always thinking like 10 steps ahead. You try to figure out what they're going to do a couple of turns ahead to try and pull out the win here, and just all of you guys play at such an incredible level. I think you're cutting yourself a little short there, but you're definitely as talented as them, I would say. How did you come up with that pick-a-pick build?
The one speed pick?
Yeah. Like, sorry, I'm trying to word it, but yeah, I guess that build there, and just the way that rest played into the whole team.
It's sort of like tied all the way back to when I first played Tentem. I think like there was a Fantastic Four that was like Pig was part of it as well. Then I kind of like thought back to those days. Even my very first competitive team was actually a Doom team. Yeah, I started playing Doom for my very first competitive game already, and I used a pick that had relax, and I just kind of used to playing around with using relax on pick. But the one speed pick only came about after I noticed like things tend to underspeed Nagais. Like let's say an opposing Saku is like speed 77, which is lower than Nagai. So, but then pick. So I wanted pick to like bamboozle the Nagais and go before Saku in this era. So then I really wanted the one speed pick to do that job for me.
And it definitely did. And sorry, I misspoke. It's not rest, it's relax. Relax is what I meant, but I think everybody knows that. But yeah, the one speed pig, and it just it's so hard trying to deal with Doom comp. And I know you've always been really good with Doom comp, and it's honestly because of you. Anytime I see a Pocus or a Volcrane or not Volcrane, does Volcrane have extinction? I can't remember. One of them.
It does.
Yeah, I ban them. I don't want to deal with Doom. It's a nightmare. And
you should ban Kino on that, guys, if you want to do Doom.
So the next question we have here is, do you think the current meta benefits you?
The current meta, I don't even know what the current meta is. I mean, I've been playing Doom, and like, what's the current meta? I never done the research.
I feel like the current meta involves Nagai's a lot. I see Nagai's played on a lot of teams. It's such a powerful tem, and I think the whole trying to switch up the speeds and the priorities is a bit of it, but
I think I do well into opposing Nagais because all my temps are like 0 speed.
Yeah, and learning how to play with slower temps, I think super helps and benefits in that situation there. If you had to say, what is the current strongest Temtem at the moment?
Nagais. Probably Nagais.
Yep, that checks out. How much do you think Gearlock benefits you and your team?
I would say to a certain extent. I mean, there was like a match where someone put talisman against me, like the previous FT Cup. I think it was the second qualifier. Someone put a talisman against me, but I still won the match. So ever since then, I think I still can play around it if I could.
That man, putting talisman, like, you know, I guess if you know you're going to go up against somebody who loves Doom comp like you, talisman, neutrality Barnshi, and you know, you'd obviously have to run chamomile on something anyway. But you know, trying to play around somebody who knows that you have that has got to be pretty fun. But you know, as long as you can take out the one with talisman, you know, you don't have to worry about it as much. But yeah, okay. And the last question we have here that you know is before we start taking questions from viewers is, who do you think is the strongest player in the tournament? I know you talked about Senor Platt and Tsubaki being really strong. I guess if you had to pick one, who would be the scariest for you?
Subaki-chan.
he does have a lot of experience and knowledge, and he just, you know, him. I've seen him and Senor Platt go at it a lot, and you know, oh god, they're both terrifying. And Tsubaki's tried to help coach me a bit, and a lot of times just have a hard time, you know, putting all the thoughts and wisdom he has into play into my smaller brain. I would also be terrified of Tsubaki. So I think we're gonna go over to start taking questions from chat here. I don't know, are we just having people post questions in chat, or do they have to redeem a question with chat with channel points or something? Okay, so it is so the highlight message. Okay, yeah, we'll just go with that there. So SM Davos says, are you planning on joining to another club, maybe some of the big competitive ones? I like drama.
Depends on whether the snitch comes back. To be honest, the old Temtem player, the streamer guy. If Snitch comes back and plays competitive, then I'll be staying in this club. But I might reconsider if it's like not playing Temtem anymore.
Okay. And Blattum says, Prody, what was the best play you made today?
Best play. I can't remember what went on in all my matches, to be honest. I think at least something that went on in that tiebreaker match I played. I mean, it's not a matter of like what's the best play. It's like each match I will like, if I'm behind, I'll try to conjure up a plan to try to come make a comeback, and the best play will be when I manage to make this plan successful.
Okay, so it's not so much one play; it's more of a sequences of plays, and how they work together to overcome, you know, your objectives. Because there are situations, I think, where one particular play can change the entire outcome of a match. But I feel like in some of the matches I watched, it was definitely more than one. And let's see. Perdigano Gaming, no. Does anybody else have any questions for Prody? Perhaps anybody? I mean, somebody asked about. I don't know if I can say that on stream though. All right. Doesn't look like we're getting too many questions in chat. I mean, if you guys want to do the highlighted questions, just use the highlight my message channel point redemption, which is 150 points. You guys can ask Prody questions if anybody has any. All right, here we goes. Avtela says, you build a lot of Tems around Deceit Aura. Do you think Nagai's will always be a meta pick?
I mean, I can't really predict what Krema will do with this or once Sipaku comes. But until Sipaku, I feel like it's going to be like a very strong pick.
Okay. And another question, regarding mental Tems was, do you think Pocus is going to fall off in Seppaku, or do you think it'll grow stronger with the higher max HP from Rejuvenate?
I mean, you never know what Krema is going to do, right? They might like nerf Rejuvenate, they might drop it from like 20 back to 10, or like they might reduce Pocus base stats, or they might release some really strong electric Tem that is like electric Wolfie or something. I mean, back in Tagma days, we didn't really see Wolfie was coming, right? And yet, Wolfie is like one of the strongest Tems now, and there might be some electric Wolfie coming up.
Okay. Yeah, I think how some of the electric Tems play into the competitive scene are definitely going to be interesting, and I'm curious about what kind of typings they're going to have alongside electric as well. Let's see if we get any more questions. I'm not sure what that is, Fragilistic Expialidocious, but it's not something I'm going to read. And it certainly does not appear to be a question for Prody. All right, we'll give it a couple more seconds here, folks. If anybody has anything, fantastic. If not, Prody, amazing games today. They just were an absolute treat to watch. They were incredible, and just to see this team composition work together so smoothly and so well was absolutely incredible. Hey, it looks like we do have a couple more here. Calendus94 says, any advice for people trying to make spreads for Doom teams?
Well, it depends whether you are like a new player or old player. I mean, I know I said my very first team was a Doom team. I feel like I was able to pull it off because I have a lot of experience playing competitive Pokemon. So it's like I sort of have like the theoretical knowledge of what to do.
Okay.
So if I were to give advice, I would like, it depends on whether you're like a new kind of player or old kind of player. If you are new, I would still suggest you to get started with a standard team first, and try to like get a feel of like the meta game and how things interact with each other first. But if you're an old player, like trying to transition into a Doom team, just basically, I mean, it's hard to say because like Doom, if you want to play Doom, is you have to like get into the mindset of. It's a completely different mindset you have to take on when you play the team. Like, let's say if I were to like play an aggro team now, I would definitely like feel a lot of it because like my mindset is like a completely passive mindset.
Yeah, so with an aggro team, your mindset would be sheer physical destruction. Where Doom, you're basically just destroying the minds of your opponents instead. Because I think by playing Doom, you make your opponents have to think more about what they're doing, which can distract them from making some possible decisions or choices or moves that might have helped them. Which leads us to our next question from Jege Nervoso. Hey Prody, do you play for the wins or just for breaking the spirit of your opponents?
Sometimes both, actually.
Sometimes both. One, breaking the opponent's spirits is just not enough sometimes.
Actually, I mean, this is like, I mean, the majority of the time I play to test out new ideas. Like, so these are, if I were to say like 5% of the time I play to win, like another 5% of the time I play to the opponent, and like the 90% of the time I play to test out new ideas. Yeah.
Okay, and we'll go with one more question here from Heine Vansen. Will you still scrimverse me when you win, fellow tamers?
After fellow tamers, I feel like taking a break until Sipaku comes. To be honest, I think I'll scream you if I feel like it. If if you really want to play against the Doom team.
There you go. And taking a break probably a good idea. I mean, hopefully Sipanku's not too far away. I think we could all use a little bit of a break here and there. And you probably did a bit here to get ready for all of this, but it looks like that's going to be it for today, folks. Prody, thank you so much for coming in and talking to all of us and answering some of our questions. If you wanna say goodbye to your fans and the people, go ahead.
Do I have fans?
I'm sure you have fans. Well, they might more love to hate you. The whole Doom comp thing kind of gets people a little sour.
Well, setting the Doom team aside, have you forgotten like the Spiro team?
Yeah, not as much as that.
I feel like ever since I mean, it was the idea that I wanted to test out, and I think that idea was like a bad idea in a way, because I think it got me a bunch of haters as well.
All right. Hey, looks like C910 says Prody Parrot fan here. Nodders. You could say goodbye to 91012. He's a fan. But it looks like that's going to be it for today, folks. We will be back, I believe it was tomorrow at the same time. So be sure to tune in then. But it looks like that's going to be it for today, folks. I hope you enjoyed the interview. I did my best, and hopefully it was good enough. We love y'all, and thank you guys for coming to be here and coming to hang out. You guys are all amazing, and all of the tournament players today, good job. You guys are awesome.